Aajonus had come about 6 months ago. I was introduced to a friend, the book, and this and that, and we just had others asking and wanting more information, so he's back. I want to thank Barb for helping me with this, and the Grand Ole Players Theater. You guys need to come back and see the show, The Bootstrappers Christmas. I hear it's great. I don't know, but they do a lot of little shows here for the community, and it's really a good way to support. So Mark Manhart let us use the joint today, so that was nice. I want to thank God for creating our bodies in such a way, and the food that He did create, that we can have people like Aajonus learn and teach others, and that we can, after years of abuse and gluttony, have an opportunity to turn that around. So anyway, I guess that's it. Did you have anything you wanted to say, Bart? Okay. We've had great experience with the diet. Been on it 6 months. My family, my kids, my pets, and I think everybody here 6 months ago, a lot of us had the iridology diagnostic tool done and then given a diet, and we've all had wonderful. My face is clear. I feel great. So great. My thyroid is better. It's normal now, and so we've all had great experience. So we just thank you for all that you've done and gleaned, and we want to glean from you. So go.
I'm going to ask a favor. First of all, those in the back, move down. It's been a long time since I was an actor. Many years. 93 since I did my last show.
You got to go that way. You can't get out. Yeah, I get it.
Hi, Sean. How are you?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me okay? Back there? Okay. Articulately, clearly? Well, I got into diet and nutrition because I was a very sickly individual. I was born into a violent household, and I had a brother who was 18 months older than I and still in diapers and never forgave me for taking Mom's attention away just like that. And he felt he still needed it. So he pushed me on top of rakes, rusty nails, anything that would cause me to be taken to a doctor to get a tetanus shot. My mom was an RN, and or she would panic, She'd seen a few cases of lockjaw, so that was a terror to her. So no matter how many tetanus shots I had just had, I'd get another one if the item that I had stumbled on, so-called fell on, happened to be very rusty. So by the time I was 18 months old, that tetanus shot, the mercury in it, I don't know, many of you know that in 96% of the vaccines, even the ones they call mercury-free, are not mercury-free, and they have up to 76 quadrillion molecules of mercury, aluminum, toxic albumin from eggs, and formaldehyde, and other ingredients that are poisons in the vaccine. So went to my communication center. My brain made me autistic. So I was unable to communicate, unable to understand language at all. It wasn't until I was 8 years old I learned to parrot language. I had heard enough sound bites to throw them back, of course. Most of the time it was incoherent, unrelated, non sequitur, information back, but at least it kept me from getting beat as much because I didn't look autistic. So they thought that I was just some kind of a wise guy, like a James Dean character, who just says and talks when he wants to. So the nuns and the priests beat the hell out of me all the time because I wasn't responding to them. And my parents were the same way, and all the kids in school. So it got to be, in school that I learned that by the 6th grade, if I beat the biggest guy up in school, everybody leave me alone for the rest of the year. So that's what I did. I picked one big guy, the beginning of each year to beat the hell out of them. I was this little kid, but it worked, and I helped myself survive through all of that. By the time I hit 12 years old, I was going through colds that would last 3 to 5 months. A year, I was usually in bed, incapacitated for at least 2 to 3 months of that time. I developed a case of peritonitis that was misdiagnosed as appendicitis at 12 years old. They went in and took the appendix out anyway, just in case it caused me problems in the future. That's the way the medical profession thinks. And from my research and my experiments with appendixes, they are libraries. Every disease of every foreign object that has ever entered your body, plus the resolution, the chemical resolution to dissolve it or neutralize it so it doesn't cause harm in the body. So when you remove an appendix, the body has to reevaluate every time something enters the body. So you have a 36 to 72 hour delay on correcting it, especially if it's a poison that enters the body. So an appendix is a very important organ to have. But mine was removed, and they gave me many, many injections every 2 to 3 hours. I was getting injections for 4 days in the hospital. I was swollen all over, bruised, black and blue, pretty near death, going into fevers up to 107 degrees, packed me in ice for days. And those injections just made me worse and worse until I started getting violent with the nurses, and then they finally stopped injecting me. And then it was all downhill very quickly from then. By the time I was 15 and a half, I developed juvenile diabetes and angina pectoris, which is an old folks' disease, heart attacks. And I had about 300 from the age of 15 and a half to the age of 22. 50 of them made me unconscious. But the medical profession, they search for congenital problems or congestive problems. I was only 15 and a half years old when it began, so there was no congestion in my heart. There was no congestion in my arteries to blame. So they didn't know why I was having heart attacks. Sent me to a psychiatrist because they thought it was psychological. But they don't look at the fact that all of the poisons that are in these injections, especially vaccines, can lodge in any muscle tissue anywhere and cause cramping and spasm. And they last until I was 22 years old, until I changed my diet radically, and then they stopped like that. And I've only had one in all of that time. It was very minor. So by the time I reached 16 years old, I met a girl who was very intelligent, one of the top girls in her class, a year older than I, and a year further in school than I was. And she liked me, loved me, and we could communicate without language. So, of course, I was phenomenally in love. The first person I get to share life with. So I got married at 16 years old, had a baby at 17, and everything went downhill again from there. So it was a good year and a half, of a seemingly happy life until the responsibility of rearing a sick child, because he had colic and he cried all the time, 24 hours a day. So he didn't sleep, and I had to go to school in the mornings, take care of him in the afternoon, and go to work at night and get very little sleep. The way I made it through school, I'd always pick the smartest, sensitive girl to sit next to in class, and I would copy her hieroglyphs off, because that's all it was. I didn't even know how to spell the word "the" until I was 22. So it was a very, very difficult experience growing up in a so-called cultural society that has expectations about mental approaches and perspectives. So during the time with my wife, ex-wife, and child, I became an alcoholic. I had a lot of disease, like I said, and I used to have to drink a lot of coffee, a lot of sodas to wire me, to get me going. I started taking Benzedrine to help, and then I couldn't sleep at night, so I became an alcoholic. So I was having a fifth of gin a night to sleep, and so it was, of course, inconducive to having a happy family, good family, so it ended. And I continued my drinking, moved to California, and started vomiting blood, and told that I had an ulcer, and I was going to have to stop drinking, stop doing all this, but I couldn't because I was chronically fatigued. I basically couldn't get out of bed without help. I was sore ever since I was a child. I was sore from any movement. Just going like this, aches in my joints, aches in the muscles. Anything was uncomfortable, any movement. So to get me out of bed, I had to be very hot physically. I grew up mainly in Cincinnati from the age of 7 to 19. It was very cold, like here. So for me to get out of bed, I had to roll off in front of the heater, and heat my body before I could even function properly. So it got worse, as I got older. And at this point, I just couldn't stop all of that, so I had to continue drinking and my powdered donuts, which I loved, and 11 cups of coffee a day, and anything that would get me really stimulated and high. And then they gave me lots of Maalox. They suggested I eat Maalox for the ulcer. After 6 months of that, it caused a tumor right next. It was like eating chalk, and it is chalk, basically. And it absorbs all this acid, but it also leaves lots of residual problems. It pulls calcium out of the body, magnesium, potassium, imbalances everything else. So I started becoming very violent during that period from those imbalances. And the tumor was growing very rapidly, so they said that they'd have to perform a vagotomy pyloroplasty. I was 20 years old. I don't know what the hell they were talking about, but you always do what the doctors say. So I did what the doctor said. And what they said was they were going to sever the vagus nerves to my stomach so I'd never ever secrete hydrochloric acid again. I'd be in the class of octogenarians who do not secrete hydrochloric acid and are in danger of death from bacterial and parasitical invasion from food. And then I'd never be able to eat raw food again, ever, anything, even an apple. They have to be steamed or baked. So they also stretched the duodenum. They stretched it 3 times its normal size to hold the food up into the duodenum, and then shrink the stomach by cutting some of the stomach out so that it wouldn't get held up in the ulcer in the stomach. It was not a duodenal ulcer, it was a stomach ulcer. Duodenum is part of the stomach, but it was in the first stage of the stomach. So they made the entire duodenum scarred. So I stopped digesting anything. So I ate everything cooked like they instructed, and I got that. I got what they were saying about that. I understood. I heard enough language to get an idea of what somebody was talking about, even though I couldn't spell it or understand it in written or spoken language. So I used to love cooked meat, and I mean it would be burned. I liked it just crispy. After the surgery, of course, no hydrochloric acid. Every time I ate meat, it just came out my skin in pustules, from my scalp all the way down to my knees. Huge lumps and pustules. So I had to stop eating meat. and I just kept getting weaker. Of course, I had to take the stimulants. I had to continue with the Benzedrine and anything else that would stimulate energy, because I had none. Couldn't drink anymore, though, so that was the end of my alcoholism abruptly. Then the incision from the surgery turned tumorous. So it got about 1.5 inches wide up to 3/4 of an inch high. He said, no, we're going to have to irradiate that. So, you know, the doctors, they're supposed to know what they're doing. I've got 3 doctors in my family, 8 nurses, aunts and uncles who are nurses. My mother's a nurse. Lots of people who are in the medical field, and most of the others are teachers. You know, so all of these academically oriented people that do what the doctors say. So I did. I went through the radiation. They gave me 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy that cauterized my spine. And to get an idea of what cauterizing the spine is, has everybody seen clay before it's fired? And then after it's fired, it goes from this very malleable substance to this hard substance, which is, depending upon the clay, whether it's ceramic or you have like granite from firing. So my spine was locked. It was hardened. This was my movement. Solidified my spine. It was extremely painful. To sit down, this is how I had to sit for about 5 years. I couldn't sit completely down. If I did, I was in excruciating pain, and it took me about 4 minutes to sit in that position. So it was not easy. Then the radiation also gave me blood and bone cancer, multiple myeloma. They said, oh, we're going to have to give you chemotherapy. So I went through 3 months of chemotherapy. My hair fell out. Also from the radiation therapy, it damaged my bones so badly that I lost all the bone around my teeth, so my teeth dangled. And if I went like that to my teeth, they would bleed, and I'd lose about 1/2 cup of blood just from going once. So I had to drink everything to very large straws. Everything had to be blended. You ever see anybody take powdered donuts and throw it in with milk? And coffee in with that, you know? That's the way I was eating. I didn't know any better. So after the chemotherapy, I was basically a worm on the floor. It made all the pain a lot worse. So I had to crawl on my elbows, because that's all I could move was my elbows with any kind of strength and energy. But it would take me about 30 minutes to go from the living room to the kitchen. And I had, as every autistic child, I think, that I've met, they have a gift, and I had a gift. I could write a computer program without even knowing how I did it, and it would take them sometimes 6 months to a year to write. So my mother took me to a trade school after high school. Of course, C's and D's, no school was ever going to accept me, so why she was taking me to the school for testing. You know, I was always terrified because I knew I'd be caught, you know. No word comprehension, I'd get completely 0 on it, except if I guessed right, if they were multiple choices. I could get one of them a few times, I'd get them right. You know, so I got maybe 30 out of 100 correct, you know, just from guessing. But that's the best I could do. But this particular school, it was the first school of its kind, and it was about unit record equipment and computer programming. And they didn't give the normal tests. They gave a visual and mathematical tests. And in school, that was easy for me to do because I could look at a problem and just write the answer. And I always got accused of cheating in math because I didn't ever write out my formula to reach it. You know, you could have a 10-digit figure multiplied by an 11-digit figure, and all of that would be quite an extension of a divisionary process, and I could just write the answer. So there where I wasn't cheating, I was always going to get accused of cheating. where I wasn't cheating. Where I was cheating, I always got away with it. I think I only got caught once. I just got a slap on the hand for that, which was fortunate for me. So I was able to write computer programs very easily, and these particular professors at this trade school saw that, so they had somebody that would go with me to write out the processes, and I would just graph everything. And so I made a lot of money as an idiot. So they placed me at Carte Blanche Corporation, and the third largest trucking company in the world, to do their systems analysis. And here I was, 20 years old, had a 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills. But after all the medical bills and everything, of course, I had nothing. And I was at the end of the road. I was refused to go into a hospice because of my illiteracy. I wasn't going to be ridiculed. I wasn't going to have people attack me because I didn't know how to respond to them, or I would respond with inane sentences that I would just throw back, trying to make them feel good. So then they would get angry because they thought I was being a smart ass. So I didn't want to deal with that. So I just asked if somebody could, help me. So 2 volunteers from the hospice, a 17-year-old boy and a 40-something woman, came to my house 2 to 3 times a week. They shopped for me. They cleaned the house. And they had to do a lot of cleaning because I was defecating and urinating in pots and pans on the floor all around because I couldn't carry anything. I couldn't move anything. And they would come every few days, so the house was reeking. And a lot of times I didn't make it into the pot or pan, so it was all on the floor all around me. And I couldn't get up on the couch or the bed because it was too painful. So I just stayed in my excrement on the floor. And so they were very nice to come and do that. And the 17-year-old boy was he was an African-American kid, was 6'3", 17 years old. And he had lied about his age and was one of the Going thing. I don't know if some of you people remember that Ford group of young people who went around singing the Going thing, the Better Idea, in the late 60s, early 70s. Anyway, he was a member of that group, singer. He was far more advanced for his age than normal. And he had this idea about diet. He was drinking carrot juice every time he came to visit. He was telling me that this carrot juice is good. It reverses cancer in some people, and handed me this little booklet that was probably 70 to 90 pages on this woman who had reversed her uterine cancer by drinking a gallon of carrot juice a day. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't have that much comprehension about language, so. And he was throwing this carrot juice in my face, trying to get it to drink it. And I'd only eaten cooked carrots in my life. And as a child, I had trouble with cooked vegetables, as a lot of children do. And I'd projectile vomit it, especially if it was Brussels sprouts. I could hit that wall over there. If it were peas, maybe I could hit you. You want to try it? And so that's the way it was. So when he offered this carrot juice, my mother overcooked anything. She was a terrible cook. So when they offered me this carrot juice, I thought, carrots, I knew what carrots meant. I knew what that word meant by the sound. And there was no way I was going to drink that carrot juice. So, coaxed me over a few weeks. And finally I sipped it. Best things I had tasted since all the medical therapies for my cancers, because nothing had a taste anymore. So this tasted good. And I thought, wow, this is really nice. So I started drinking it, and he made it for me and bring it over every couple of days. And in 9 to 10 days, autism went away. Like somebody just flipped a switch on. I understood language, and I thought, adjective, verb, conjunction, preposition, I got it. I know what all that means. And I understood, that T, the H, the E, oh, I got how it works. It was just like that. So I was quite excited. So I called an uncle who was studying for his, he was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology at UCLA. He was a TA, teaching assistant there. And he was the one who helped me a lot when I came out to California. He was the one that helped me set up in that house and do everything because I was completely unable to communicate in that way. So I'm talking to him. He says, this can't be you that I'm speaking with. And I said, yes, it is. And he said, well, there's one book that I'd like you to get first and read it because you're a diehard asshole Republican. So he says, what you got to do is you got to think about there are other ways to treat people in life and other ways to think, you know. He says, I knew you grew up around that and that's what you are, but think a different way. So he told me to get the book Siddhartha. It's about this guy who grows up in a wealthy family, becomes the prodigal son, does all the bad things, prostitutes, wores around, does everything, and he comes back and becomes a spiritual individual, an aware person. So, because I had never had exposure to literature and all the stories in church and everything didn't make any sense to me. I just saw this man up there crucified on the cross, and I got the idea, and I thought, why do they want to worship a man who's crucified on the cross? That's painful. Why do I want to worship that? So I never got a comprehension until 22 years old, and I understood so much. It was like a miracle. So I called Steve, the volunteer, the kid, and I said, I'm out of money, and I have this awareness now, and you turned me on to this nutritional approach, and maybe it was the carrot juice that did it. I would like to study that. So would you take me to a bookstore? I'm going to need a wheelchair. So he did all of that for me. Took me to a bookstore, bought $110 worth of books. And in 1969, that was a lot of books. Because you could buy a book for 25, 75 cents, 95 cents maximum for a softback book. For a hardback book, it was anywhere from $1.50 to $3 for a very expensive, hardbound book. So I got a lot of books. And a couple of them, they started off on talking about diet, nutrition, and then they talked about mind over matter. That it doesn't matter what you eat. If you can stay focused and have a mental perspective, you can eat poison and bullets and be healthy. So that was a nice idea, but I didn't quite buy it at that point. So all I did was read these books and smoke my 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filter cigarettes a day, which I smoked since I was 8 years old. And through this time, it was a stimulant. It would give me energy. It would also open my mind too. Just charge the mind so I was always wanting to go to sleep, always passing out. Like I had, that sleeping sickness, whatever it is. Anyway, so I was still blending all of that garbage food, in the blender and drinking, and have my carrot juice too, and reading all these books, and that's all I did was read, and it made me aware of a lot of things, but everything contradicted everybody else. One book said this is good, another book said no, that's bad, and everything was contradictory about what was good nutritionally and what wasn't. Vegetarians said meat's bad. The non-vegetarian said, oh, you don't get any B12, there's going to be, you're going to get anemia or leukemia, things like that. So all this contradiction, and I didn't know where to go. So I just knew that the carrot juice made me feel good. So I started eating more juices, drinking raw milk, eating raw milk products, cheeses, cottage cheese, raw cream, things like that, because in Los Angeles it was readily available in the stores, the health food stores. And that kid was guiding me a little bit. So, I was only 20 years old. I'm calling him a kid. He was 17 years old, so it wasn't younger than I. So I was getting better slowly but surely, and I didn't die. And I'm the only person who, after the chemotherapy, I was diagnosed with lymphoma. So the cancers that I had, nobody in history has lived over 3 months. For me, it's been 38 years. So you can survive even the worst of cancers and diseases if you know what to do. So I came to the point where, I needed help. So I got a tutor who tutored me for 3.5 years in Los Angeles. He was one of the top in nutrition. Still, he was fat phobic because he had a weight problem. And every time I'd eat lots of fats, raw fats, I'd feel better and stronger. And he was very much against them, so we were in conflict at that point. So I hopped on a bicycle. I bought an Italian Ligi, a touring bike, and put 4 saddlebags on it, full of medical books, physiology, anatomy, biochemistry, and a little puppy dog on the back and a crate. And traveled around all over North America for almost 3 years, wanting to live with different cultural groups and animals to see what it is in nature, what worked in nature, because I wasn't going to find it out in intellectual minds that were theorizing everything but not proving anything. So that was very confusing. So I lived with lots of different animals, alligators, coyotes, chipmunks. I studied them stayed with them a month at a time in 4 Indian tribes. I took my bicycle all the way down to Yucatan and lived with the Mayans in the jungles, and the Yaqui in northern Mexico, and the Sioux in the Dakotas, and the Inuit in Alaska. Sometimes I'd be so weak, though, that I'd just throw my bicycle on a freight train, bungee cord it to the side, and hang my hammock across the open doors and watch the beautiful scenery go by. So I wasn't healthy enough to do it all, but most of the time I did. Most of the time I bicycled. Slept in graveyards most of the time because nobody would bother me. I was a long-haired hippie, and I wore robes like in Jesus' time, so if you see Jesus in a graveyard, you leave him alone. So that's mostly where I slept, in graveyards. Also taught me that what you hear about life expectancy back in those days was 37, 42 years old, and it was absolute garbage. In these rural cities, the gravestones were, 110, 111 years old. And of course, there were some young deaths, but only when I got into the cosmopolitan big cities did I see the kind of statistics that they were claiming, a lot of young deaths. But it was not in the country areas where people were living off the farmland. They were not dying young. Of course, some died in childbirth if the mother was too skinny and, didn't make it through childbirth or through the winter because they were too skinny. And they didn't have central heating and air, conditioning like we have, and in our cars and our homes and our offices everywhere. So very protected environmentally that we're able to live longer lives overall. But like I said, around the farming communities, they didn't die young. Very rarely, unless there was some type of Indian attack. And that was because the Indians were attacked. So I learned a lot living outdoors. Now, the Indian tribes all kept telling me to eat raw meat. Of course, I told you what happened if I ate meat. I'd break out pustulations all over. So I never equated raw to cooked meat like I did raw to other cooked foods. Plus, I was also terrified that I would get, a parasite from eating raw meat because of the vagotomy. I had no hydrochloric acid in my stomach. So there's just no way that anybody was going to take that 12-foot thick concrete wall from my mind that raw meat would be good. So After 2.5 years, I was in Alaska, my last stop. And if I didn't find the answers, I was just going to kill myself because of my multiple myeloma. Was coming back with a binge, living outdoors. I'd gotten down to 118 pounds as a fruitarian, raw food fruitarian. I was a raw fooder. And I'd stopped eating dairy, except once in a while a farmer would offer it to me and I'd eat it. But I'd come to the conclusion that raw dairy was bad from, no other animal, they say, excuse me, no other animal eats dairy, beyond their infancy. So one day, near the end, all this milk was given to me, and I said, no, I can't eat that, but I didn't want the farmer to feel badly, because his whole family came out and gave me all this stuff, and, they brought the Bible out and, read parts to me and all this stuff. So, very, very nice people. So I left it there, and let me tell you, the horses came and ate it, the sheep came and ate it, every animal on that farm, the ducks came and ate the milk. Every one of them ate the milk. So all this theory that, no other animal eats milk, it's not because they can't, it's because it's not available. What, female and any other species is going to let them milk, except the cow or the goat and the sheep, so they're not going to go up to a cow or sheep and goat and suck their teeth, you get the milk. It just doesn't happen in nature. But given it to them, they will eat it. But I was very weak because I was just a fruitarian. And I was eating up to 7 pounds of nuts a day, waking up 1/4 pound thinner the next day, or lighter. So, a fraction of a pound lighter. So it just kept deteriorating. And I was in Alaska, this is September 76, and I was aching in every joint. The temperature dropped below 50 degrees. I would be crippled in pain, unable to move, and in tears and passing out from the pain. So it was getting that cold at night in Alaska at that time. And I was getting ready to leave, and they had this big celebration where they dug up these hides from the ground. They were only about maybe 3 to 6 inches buried underneath the ground. And they unwrapped these hides, and there's this green, black, purple, white, all this moldy stuff inside that reeked. I mean, it stunk so bad I just want to vomit every time I every time I inhaled. And at first they didn't stink enough, so they buried it because it has to stink a half mile downwind. So, and all these kids they smell it just like you think it was cotton candy. They're jumping up and down for it. And here I'm wanting to puke with every breath. So about 5 days later, they dug it up again. It was ripe. They all started eating it. They offered me a small amount. They said, this will help your condition. And I thought, these people are they thrive. They're living in igloos. How many of you would put your, 2, 3, 4-week-old baby on an ice floor and let him crawl around? How many of you would do that? I bet none of you would do it. You'd be afraid the baby's going to get pneumonia or the flu or something. And these people are so hardy, their children are running around bare naked on an igloo floor, ice. So I looked at that and said, well, I'm going to eat it. And, got anywhere within 5 feet of it, I was up chucking. So I got some cotton balls they had with me, and they put some musk oil on it, stuck them on my nose. I got it down. And at that time, I would have to stay in my sleeping bag about 2 hours every morning and have the sun beat on the sleeping bag before my body would relax and warm enough so I wasn't in excruciating pain. And then about 45 minutes I'd lay on the top of my sleeping bag just to be able to function without pain or severe pain. So after that little, about ping pong ball sized amount of that food, that moldy stuff, whatever it was. It only took me 45 minutes to get out of the sleeping bag after the sun beat on it, and 10 minutes on top of the sleeping bag. So it was a whole different experience for me. I thought, wow, what is that stuff? They told me it was raw meat that had been mixed with seal blubber and, and molded in the ground to make it pre-digested, full of bacteria, full of all the stuff you can't get in a winter, because the winter freezes that. And they fill their bodies with it for the winter, and they do it once a year in September. So there are other tribes that do it more often. There, the Inuit, but the tribe I was with just does it once a year. Did it once a year, and I didn't believe them because I didn't know that meat could mold. I thought meat, turned terribly stinky like this did, but that, ants and other creatures came and ate it, worms ate it, and I didn't know that it took on gangrene. Didn't know what gangrene was, although I'd read about what it was. And it's a fungus that eats at meat, that eats at a human body, even other animals when the limb is not getting proper circulation of nutrients. So there was gangrene, there was all this mold in that meat, and I just didn't believe it. I thought it was some herbal formula they were not going to share with me because I was a whitey. So I was too weak and it was getting too cold, so I hopped freight trains all the way back to California, all the way through Canada and down Washington, Oregon, and California down to the desert. And I was going to fast myself to death when I got there because I hadn't found the answers, I thought. So I set up a camp at an old Indian burial ground in the foothills of the Martinez Mountains, old Indian burial ground, and started fasting myself to death. There's a den of coyotes that lived up in the canyon. They come down every night about midnight, howling and squealing, wake me up, and just kept playing around my campsite. And I knew they wouldn't eat me. I lived outdoors enough, and I'd swam with alligators every day, and nothing ever ate me except mosquitoes. And they did a lot of eating because they love fruitarians. They love sweet blood. Sometimes I woke up naked, in a desert along the Colorado River with 200 mosquitoes sucking me at one time. And so that was the only thing that ate me. So I wasn't worried about the coyotes eating me. Of course, it would be a quick way to die, and I wouldn't be opposed to it. It would be easier than fasting. But they weren't going to do it, so I didn't know what they were doing. But anyway, I got to the point where after about 10 days, I could spot where they were. And then at that point, they hunted and killed a jackrabbit, which is about 7.5 pounds. Jackrabbits are pretty big, ears this high, Those are pretty big rabbits. And, they ripped it open for me and put it on my bare feet. The warm, gushy, squishy flesh on my feet. And I hadn't eaten meat in almost 6.5 years at this point, except for that stuff with the Eskimos that I didn't know was meat. So, and another reason I didn't want to eat meat was because I loved animals and didn't like humans, but I liked animals because I was so abused and misunderstood by humans. And I didn't want to hurt animals, so I was not going to eat them. So here was the Easter bunny on my feet. And these coyotes are giving me this offering. And all of a sudden, this sound bite of my uncle telling my brothers and cousins when they were about to go rabbit hunting that if they killed a rabbit, they needed to cook it thoroughly. Thorough, burned, all the way to the center. No pink meat at all in the center, and no white meat. It had to be dark from being cooked. Or there was a microbe in it that would give them terrible intestinal cramps for up to 2 days, and they would die a miserable death. And I thought, the coyotes are going to help me die. That's what this is. Got a wild rabbit here. I'll get some kind of microorganism and I'll be dead in 2 days. I can handle 2 days of pain easily, no problem. So I picked up the rabbit, squishy, raw. It came right back up, a few bites, and I said, okay, I've got to go back to my childhood, back at the dinner table, where I had to sit for an hour and a half every night while the rest of my family went and watched TV, and TV had just come out in black and white, at that time. So it was a very phenomenal thing, but I didn't get to share it either, because I was literally at that dinner table for an hour and a half to 2 hours eating my vegetables, keeping myself from vomiting, because if I vomited, they'd put more on my plate. And they always made more for that reason. It was like torture. So I recalled that, and I thought, okay, I can do this. Took 5 minutes to psych myself out to eat this rabbit. And I started eating the rabbit. The more I ate, the better it tasted, the better I felt. So I just kept eating it, and I thought, oh, this is good. I know I'm going to die. I feel good. So I went back to my campsite to die. I ate about 3.5 pounds after I finished it. Finished what I could eat, and then the coyotes finished the rest. I went back to my campsite, and I really felt good, so I knew I was dying, because the only times I ever felt good was in 3 near-death experiences, where my body, I left my body, and there was no pain. There was no attachment to any feeling in that body. So I thought for sure I was dying, so I went back to my campsite, went to sleep. I woke up the next day, didn't go through any tunnel, any white light or anything. I was right back in my sleeping bag, had pain, but again, it was like in Alaska. For 45 minutes, I was able to, with the sunshine, I was able to get out of the sleeping bag and able to start moving instead of the 2 hours that I had reverted to after being in Alaska. So 2 days 3 days went by, and I was still feeling better than I'd ever felt in my entire life, even though I was fasting. And I thought, that's it. Indians said it, and this is the third day. I've got no stomach cramping, not one indigestion. I didn't get constipated from the meat. I didn't get diarrhea from the meat. I had no signs of any illness from that rabbit. And here it was supposed to be a very poisonous thing. It even could have rabies. So it didn't happen. So I thought, that's it. Raw meat. At that moment, sidewinder rattlesnake went past me. And, I'd seen many native Indians go up and just put their foot on a snake and pick it up in front of the rattler and snap its head off like that, peel it back and eat it. And in Mexico and Central America and South America, the snake is the most revered medicinal food in all of nature. And you've heard of the old snake oil thing. It is true. An arthritic or rheumatic individual takes the oil, and you have to ferment the snake to get the oil to separate, and then just 1 teaspoon of that can rid a suffering person like that from pain for 2 weeks from 1 little teaspoon of that oil. It's phenomenal stuff. But people back in those days started getting oils that they'd separate from other things and selling into snake oil. So that's why I got a bad name. So I automatically went up and put my foot right on this sidewinder's head, picked it up in front of the rattler and started spinning and said, oh, hell, what am I doing? Switching arms, getting sword into the shoulders and the joints. And I don't know if this snake's going to bite me or I'm going to eat it. So I said, oh, hell, what difference does it make? So I snapped it, and sure enough, the head just came right off. And I don't know what happened, but all the cats from the neighboring farms came and helped me eat this rattlesnake. And we ate it for about 2 days. And let me tell you, it was incredible stuff. Almost all of my joint pain subsided, in about 6 hours after having to eat some. And after 2 days of eating this snake, the cats and I were in heaven. So I got on my bicycle and went to started trapping birds and and chipmunks, but there's not any food to them, and I'd eat the bones with them. When you've got something little, that's almost all there is bone. So I was crushing it with, a big knife that I'd had, crushing the bones to be able to eat them. So I thought, screw this. So I got on a bicycle and started visiting all the farms, making deals to work on the farms in exchange for dairy, meats, chickens, eggs, whatever I could eat. And in 2.5 months, I gained 50 pounds, almost 55 pounds. So for the first time in my life, I started developing, because my shoulders were very deformed and retarded, very short, and hips were very large. So I looked more like, a teenage boy or a girl, body structure-wise. So after doing that, the bones, and here I am almost 30 years old, and all of a sudden my shoulder bones are developing, eating this raw meat and all this raw dairy and eggs. So I said, I found the answer. So I went back to Los Angeles, spread the word, and they said, are you out of your mind? You're going to get a brain fluke and you'll be an idiot. And I said, well, I've been there, done that all my life. This is the thing that's making me feel good, so I'm going to continue doing it. So, and I did it about 3 days a week, 2 to 3 days a week. I ate raw meat. Ate lots of raw dairy, continued that. I was mixing, a quart of raw cream with a quart of carrot juice a day and eating lots of cheese to counteract the demineralization of cream and carrot juice together. So doing quite well on all of it, never had a problem. And after about 2 or 3 years of listening to people, every time they'd see me eat raw meat of any kind, whether it was fish or chicken or turkey or duck, whatever it might be, beef, they'd say, oh, get a parasite. So after all that time, they started putting it into my brain too, and I thought, oh, this is going to be the time that I'm going to be, an idiot again. It's going to cause the autism. I'm going to get brain flu. So another 10 years went by, and I said, wait a minute. I've got a vagotomy pyloroplasty here. I'm very deformed from being able to digest. I've never gotten a parasite from eating this meat. One time I did a fast, and I was so hungry when I came off of it after 42 days. It was Sunday night. Nothing was open in the middle of the night, and I had a headache from being so hungry, and I had to eat. So I went into garbage cans, and I couldn't find anything raw until I went to a fish market. And in the dark, I pulled out this salmon. It was this beautiful salmon I can see by the moonlight that it's nice and rich and red. And I didn't see all the pinworms in it. So I took some of it home because I was really hungry. I ate about a pound right there at the garbage can. So I went back to home, and all of a sudden I opened it up. Here are these pinworms. Some of them were this long. And the thing is just undulating. And now I had eaten half of that piece. So I was a little concerned. So I went and had my feces and urine and blood checked every 10 days for 6 weeks. I didn't get one parasite. So that stuck in my mind. And after 13 years of eating raw meat, I said, wait a minute, this has got to be fiction. So I hired a laboratory in the valley. We took some animals that were very sickly animals. We gave them parasite-infested meat. And none of them got a parasite from eating it. And they all got healthier. And that's we fed them for parasitic meat for 10 weeks. And they all got healthier. These were all animals that were not under 12 years, 12 to 16 years old. So, and none of them got a parasite. So I went to 5 universities looking for experiments that they had done feeding animals parasitical meat to see if they got parasites. Not one test had ever been done. So the doctors and these scientists, without any empirical experience are saying that you will get parasites if you eat raw meat. You will get bacterial food poisoning if you eat raw meat. And it's absolute theory. It's not true. Isn't true at all. I've known probably 12,000 people that's eaten meat on a daily basis, and none of them have gotten parasites. And you have to take a look for the cultures that have been eating raw meat all their lives. The Italians, carpaccio. The Asians, ceviche and sashimi. The Spaniards and the Portuguese, ceviche, raw fish and lemon juice. The French and the Germans, steak tartare. Fiction, absolute fiction. Here I am, supposed to be dead after 3 months. 38 years since my death sentence. Doing fine, great. I turned 60 in a couple of months. In 5 months. Do I look like I'm suffering with cancers like I had? No. So, this is the end of the presentation. Now what we're going to do is next I'm going to conduct a workshop. Probably last about 5 hours. What I'm going to do is explain how the human body works so you will thoroughly understand it, so you won't be confused and you won't run to a medical doctor. You'll be able to take care of it yourself. I'm going to explain how your body digests, what it digests best, what combinations of food work for the body to digest and build itself and correct its situation, and then the times of the day to eat certain foods so that your mind and body function optimally. Doesn't mean you have to do it that way, but you will find that if you do it, you'll be much more clear thinking and functioning and healthier and stronger. So, then at the end of that, I'm going to do mini readings, which means I look at the palms of your hands, and I don't do palm reading, Zeusing. What I do is look at the mouths of the hands the way the Chinese, similar to the way the Chinese medical doctors do it, and evaluate the activity of your glands so I can see that if any glands are not functioning or malfunctioning or you have a problem there, or like 85% of the people who have been diagnosed with thyroid problems are taking thyroid medication. Nothing wrong with your thyroid. Nothing wrong with their thyroids. Just was dormant, or the body was using all the thyroxine, and there's nothing left. That doesn't mean they're poor. That doesn't mean they're deficient in it. But they've got them taking the medication. So what I will do is analyze that, suggest foods for you to eat to make it a little bit easier and quicker. And that takes about 6 to 10 minutes per person, and that's $30. The workshop is $82, is it? Mm-hmm. $82. $80 for me, $2 for them, for this advertising in this place, I guess it is.
For the theater.
And for the theater. And then on Sunday and Monday, I'll be doing private consults. What I do is I photograph the irises. I do iridology, not your common iridology, which I don't find is very accurate. I had to do a lot of empirical observation to be able to prove to myself it was valid, and I was able to do that by close observation and comparative study. And what I do is analyze the eyes and also, again, the palms and the skin for glandular activity. And that takes about an hour and 15 minutes, and I give an exact diet to do, times a day amounts, everything to do to make life much, much easier for you in 95% of the circumstances. And that's $300 to do that. So if you would like to, if you come for the lecture and haven't signed up for the workshop, do you see Barb, or who do you see?
Yeah, we can just sign up outside.
Okay, just outside. You can sign up for any of those things if you would like to. And thank you all for coming.
for the green apple juice.
Boy, that one won't break.
You want me to ask you that?
Well, yeah. Juice papayas, green papayas.
Green papayas? Instead of the celery and the...
Mm-hmm.
Okay, green papaya.
That could be your base instead of the celery, but you need some kind of leaf in there.
Okay.
So, you know, if you grows comfrey or something like that, you could do that well in Hawaii.
Okay.
What was your question?
He wanted to know what to substitute for the celery, the green vegetable juice.
It talks about how different parts of the body
The green juice, is that in this recipe book?
I know it's in there. I don't know if it's in that
A little bit. I know there's no recipe.
Well, I think that they do, but it's a little different than I've seen other people do it.
Well, I think the eye is different too. Well, than Bernard Jensen's.
This is which eye.
Here's the
Oh, so this is the right eye? Boy, that's not where I see. Why would the heart be on the right side, in the right eye?
Well, I just know how.
Certainly wouldn't be mine. It certainly isn't when I see it. And the liver is way down here.
I know on Bernard Jensen, you know, the stomach is right there and then the intestines.
Mhm, that's right. This is the intestines, radius right here is all the intestines.
Can a person reverse?
The kidney is right there. I got kidney there, but not over there. Oh, they're putting both sides in each eye. That's theoretical, not proven.
Can a person reverse heart damage?
Absolutely. Unless they've had surgery where the
Well, my
iodine or the mercury has been coated as an antiseptic.
Well, my husband's got pacemaker. Well, that's true too.
Okay, we need to begin. Please. I would love it if everybody would move up closer. Please.
We can move up closer.
Not too close.
She came from Wisconsin.
Yes.
One more?
No, I'm good. I like my height.
You like what?
Right where I want to be.
Well, you're the entertainment. Catherine.
Yeah, there you go. We're close.
Yeah.
Put on a show.
Okay, we're going to begin by taking a look at the body. There are three fluid systems of the body: the blood, the neurological system, and the lymph. And the blood, everybody's pretty familiar with the blood, but what does the blood do? The blood has two functions only in its absolute role, and that is to deliver oxygen to every cell in the body and to remove the carbon dioxides from the body. The blood will double up and do a lot of things, or triple up or quadruple up and do a lot of things that it's not made to do. It will deliver nutrients. It will remove toxins from areas, but that's not its job. The neurological system, it delivers light and electricity for communication. Because the light and electricity are conducted with metallic minerals, you'll find most of your metallic minerals stored in the brain and nervous system. What this means is that if you eat cooked foods, and you cauterize the potassium, the magnesium, and calcium, it means that your heavy metals, the iron in your food, the mercury, the arsenic, those trace amounts, which are nutritive in trace amounts, become free radicals. And most of those free radicals store in the brain and nervous system. So the most polluted part of our bodies is the brain and nervous system, as far as free radicals, heavy metals. When that dumps, it dumps out mainly the gums, the teeth, the salivary glands, and the tongue. A lot of alternative practitioners will tell you a tongue is a bad sign. It's not a bad sign. It indicates that your body's using calcium, potassium, phosphorus, and usually magnesium to bind with those heavy metals from the brain and leaving through the tongue.
A white tongue?
A white tongue. That's the calcium and all those other alkalinizing minerals that bound with the toxic ones. You want it to bind with it, because if those metals were to come out the tongue without the calcium in it, what would happen? Your tongue would turn very acidic and start bleeding. Same thing with a plaque on your teeth. Poison metals from the brain draining out to the gums. Binds with calcium and other nutrients, other minerals, and it calcifies. And it binds on the teeth, sticks on the teeth. If there's not enough calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium in that plaque, the heavy metals will do damage to the dentine. There's your cavity. Bacteria results to eat the degenerative, the damaged dentine cells. Bacteria does not cause decay. The heavy metals coming from the brains cause the decay. Like I said, the bacteria is there to eat up the damaged dental cells. So, in order to prevent tooth decay, you need to make sure that you're eating enough dairy products to have enough calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium to bind with those heavy metals as they leave the brain. And you're breathing in pollution every day. If you've had vaccines, you've got tons of heavy metals in your brain. If you've eaten cooked foods in your life, you have tons of heavy metals in your body and in your brain and nervous system. They're going to be removed through the teeth. Out the gums, out the salivary glands, out the tongue. A lot of people have very acidic mouths because of that. There's no way to neutralize it. We expect it. Health professionals say that the salivary glands should be saliva, should be alkalinizing, and the urine should be alkalinized. Doesn't happen in nature. Not one animal out there that is a carnivore has an alkaline salivary secretions or urine. None of them. Why should we? It's just one of these alternative therapy nicks that got in because alkalinizing juices seem to help people feel better. So then they just took their imagination and pushed it over the envelope into the area of, let's make the system so alkalinized that the salivary and the urinary tract are then alkaline. But it's not safe because when you do that, the digestive tract becomes over-alkalinized, and what happens? You destroy all of the intestinal bacteria that is acidic, that digests, and the acids that digest dairy products, meat, and eggs. Everything that's on our diet is then neutralized, so you don't digest as well. You may digest only a quarter of what you eat if your blood is so alkalinized, your system's so alkalinized that the urine and the saliva are alkaline. It's a dangerous place to go. For some people, it may be corrective for a 10-day, 14-day period, or even a few months period. But beyond that, it becomes very damaging. But what happens if you're not digesting your proteins and fats properly, mainly your proteins? You're not digesting them for 2 months. What's going to happen? There's a lot of distortions going to happen neurologically. People who are deprived of proteins, especially children, become very hostile and angry. Not sure that's where you want to go on your road to experimenting and exploring toward better health. Not a good idea. Children below 16 should rarely ever have vegetable juice because it will severely impair their digestive abilities. Then we have the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is a very neglected system in the whole body, in our health, educational system, and medical systems. The lymph system is a fine network, just like the blood and neurological system. It has a lot of nodes and glands. And we know that, you've got swollen glands in your throat. You must be going through some infection. The lymphatic system has two jobs. Through the lacteal system, which is a web network in the intestines, we absorb the nutrients that are digested. It's called the lacteal system because once food is digested in the intestinal tract and gets into the lacteal system or into the little membranes that's being absorbed into the intestinal tracts, it is milky. It's like milk. Then as it's further digested and separated and fed the rest of the body, it becomes almost translucent. Not transparent, translucent. It's still milky. It's cloudy. The lymph system is responsible for feeding every cell in the body. Not the blood's job. The blood's jobs are two things: deliver oxygen to remove carbon dioxide. However, like I say, the blood can do those other things, but it's not supposed to do that. It's not its job. So the lymph system is supposed to feed every cell in the body, plus it's responsible for removing all of the waste products, including dead cells, to dissolve them and neutralize them, and then send them out some area of the body, whether it's out through the skin, which is the main area of secretion. Toxic secretion is through perspiration, through the pores. The next is the bowel, through feces. The next, now in animals that eat raw, the feces is not a toxic substance. It will emit poisons, yes, and that's the main place that it does emit it. But in humans, it's the skin is the primary and the bowels is the secondary. Because if an animal isn't eating poison, nothing is poisonous. Even its excrement is food for other creatures. Only when you eat badly, and you eat cooked foods, and when you subject yourself to preservatives and chemicals, then these secretions become poisonous to other life forms, not only your own, and not only the toxicity in your body as the feces is moving through the bowel. So it can become that. The lymph system also throws toxicity out to the tear ducts, the earwax, the salivary glands, the gums, the tongue, out the vaginal cavity. A lot of people say, and a lot of science knows, that women live 20% longer than men. And they've never been able to explain it, but say, women have more fat than men. Has a lot to do with it. But what does a woman secrete that a man does 20% more in a lifetime? Mucus to the vaginal cavity. Many, many toxins are removed from the vaginal cavity. So I know this is not an easy subject, but a lot of women have penal envy. Well, now men should have vaginal envy. Because it's healthier. You can discharge a lot of poisons that way. So women, when you find you've got a foul odor down there, just be glad it's leaving your body. You can neutralize it with some kefir, take care of the odor a little bit and reduce the odor, but you want to remove those poisons. It's very important to remove those poisons. So those three systems of the body, understand them. Understand what they do. Now the lymphatic system is clogged in almost every system, in every body there is in our society. Why? Well, the medical profession, scientific community says because you've eaten cooked meat, cooked fat, butter, creams cause hardening of the arteries, congestive hearts. If you take a look at the tribes that only eat cooked meat and fats, guess what? They have no heart disease, no arterial sclerosis, no plaquing anywhere in their bodies. So how can it be meat? Who has hardening of the systems? The tribes that eat cooked vegetables. We have it in abundance. They don't have a lot, but that's who has it. We have it in abundance. Why? Because we eat vegetable oils. Everything they told you is upside down and backwards. Animal fats does not cause congestive heart failure, does not cause arterial sclerosis. Vegetable oils do. Why? Herbivores have a digestive tract and a body temperature, digestive tract much more complex than ours, and can digest the fats easily. Vegetable oils, very complex oil from cellulose. They have a body temperature that's 101 to 105 degrees. Ours is 98.6 and lower, except when we're in a fever. So what happens? In the human body, that fat crystallizes, hardens, dehydrates. Hardening of the arteries, especially if you've got hydrogenated vegetable oils. Because then it's oxidized. It is then plastic. That is how plastic is made. That's how plastic was first made. Hydrogenating oil. Some guy was hydrogenating an oil, fell asleep, went 6 hours, and what did he have? Plastic. He got fired, but it started a whole new industry. Do you know when first plastic came out, they couldn't sell it because it would mold like that? They couldn't get anything to kill it. It would mold no matter how hard they made the plastic. The organisms for mold, fungus, would grow in it no matter what stage. So they had to learn to put antifungals, very toxic antifungals, in the plastic to keep them from molding before they could ever putting them in, before they ever started making it part of cars. They first started with the seats. Seats were molding like crazy. Antifungals, very toxic antifungals. So now every time you breathe a particle of plastic, guess what you're getting into your body? It's plastic gets to the point where it's flaking, and that only takes 2 years. So even in your cars, you get leather interior. Don't get plastic, especially for the seats. The leather. I mean, that's got tannic acid in it, but it doesn't powder and flake off like plastic, and you can always oil it and wax it to keep it to maintain itself so it doesn't powder. But plastic will powder. And then you inhale all of that garbage. Many, many different ways to get toxic. So, vegetable oil is a problem in the human system if the body makes it into a cell a part of a cell or a cell structure, cellular structure. It will harden after 5 to 10 years in the body, causing hardening of the arteries, hardening of the heart, hardening of the tendons, all kinds of problems. Elasticity problems too. So, let's take a look at our digestive tract. A lot of vegetarians say that we have grinding teeth. How many people have been around farm animals? About half. Do you ever see goats? Do you ever see sheep? Do you ever see cows with 75% cutting teeth? No. They're all molars. Every tooth that they have is a molar. It's for grinding, grinding, and grinding. 75% of our teeth are cutting. Just our molars are for grinding. And that's to crush meat, not to eat vegetation. And we have 4 canines if the dentist hasn't ground them down so you don't look like a vampire. And that's really the consciousness they have. Dentists think that canines most of the time are unattractive. So they grind them down and you don't have your ripping teeth. So the vegetarian animal has a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. They have one 30 times the length of their torso. We have one 12. They have 2 to 4 stomachs. We have 1. 2 compartments in one stomach, but we have 1 stomach. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and the protein from the cellulose. And therefore they can digest the vegetable oils properly. And they'll stay fluid in their systems, or will not in ours. Food passes through their system in 48 hours. It passes through our system in 24, half the time. If we put the whole vegetables in our systems, we're only digested by 1/3. And that 1/3 is mainly vitamins and enzymes and minerals in the juices. And when we evacuate that, 95% of the protein and fat is still in that matter. And it's an easy test to do. When an herbivore has a dump, 75% of the protein and fats are absorbed. But you still see fiber. They don't even digest all of it. And they're doing a lot better than we are. However, there are tribes that eat feces. They go behind the buffalo and eat buffalo shit. Why? Because they don't get a lot of meat. I see it in a lot of poor third world countries. I've seen it a lot in Asia where they eat feces because they eat insects and bugs from feces because they don't have enough protein. They know that the cow has pre-digested it. So there's 25% of the protein and fat that is still in that feces. Those people have the ability to digest it. 24 hours through the system is digested. None of them ever get sick, ever get E. coli poisoning. We'll get into the E. coli stuff in a while. So the digestive tract is very structured like a pig's, the human digestive tract. But a pig can eat anything and do okay. We can eat anything and do okay. But if you've ever raised pigs, you know that pigs are very temperamental. You give them a lot of high sugar stuff and a lot of sweet stuff, a lot of skim milk, they are crazy. They will tear up their yard. If you don't have a ring on their nose, they'll be digging for every insect and every mole that they can because they'll start getting protein deficient. just like the human does. So the pig, to be very, very balanced, and the human, they need a very structured diet. And we're going to get into what I found is a very balanced, structured diet for the human, as well as the pig. Maybe that's why pigs were outlawed. They're too much like humans, eating-wise in the Bible. Back in that time, they were using pigs as garbage trucks. They would throw the cooked food out the windows. The pigs went in the streets and they ate all the cooked food. They were the first animals to get severe diseases besides humans. So it was illegal to eat them because they were very diseased animals, and they were the garbage collectors. If you ate the garbage collectors, you had no garbage collectors. And then the putrefaction stayed in the streets. So there are many reasons that the pig was outlawed in those times. The foods that we need to eat and be concerned with are proteins first. Now, I've experimented with a lot of people. There have been hundreds and thousands or even millions of vegetarians that have experimented with eating nuts and grains and seeds. Very few of them. I've only met 8 out of 2,400 who did well on a vegetarian diet until their later years, and then they got spinal problems. All of them got spinal problems. The last one was in the last year that I knew, and he's 82 years old, and he has such spinal problems right now he can't move without severe pain. Took him a while, but most people who are vegetarians get spinal problems because they don't have enough minerals and proteins to hold the minerals into bone structure, so they start dissolving bone. Now, 8 out of 2,400 people does not give us a very good record to say vegetarianism is good for the humans. In fact, it just says not good for the human being. There may be rare cases, like those 8, but they're rare cases. It's not the average. It's not even anywhere near the norm. So, not a good food. Grains and nuts are not something that we can gain a lot of nutrient value from protein. All nuts and grains contain the enzyme phytic acid. Phytic acid prevents certain mineral absorptions within the human body, and that prevents certain protein digestion. Matter of fact, most amino acid digestion assimilation, it pretty much destroys it. There are a lot of vegans that say, well, you germinate the seeds of nuts, you soak them, or even sprout them, and then that eliminates the phytic acid. Yes, that is true. However, you have 3 other enzymes that take phytic acid's place that does exactly the same thing as phytic acid. If it were true that it worked and you could do that, these vegetarians wouldn't be so deficient. And they wouldn't be having problems. They are. Even birds who are meant to eat grains, who have a gizzard that completely utilizes the phytic acid as a coenzyme to help them digest the grains, will not eat many sprouts. If you feed a bird only sprouts, it will die. Its spinal cord starts dissolving, its bones start dissolving, and it will die. The birds will die. So they can't even eat sprouts in any abundance. Meat of any type, now when I say meat, I mean any flesh food, whether it's beef, pork, poultry, fish, seafood, buffalo, deer, no matter what it is, I call all those meats. Now our system is very concentrated in enzymes and bacteria for digesting meat. Too good, as a matter of fact. If you eat only meat, you will be very, very thin, and you will digest all of it, and you can eat a ton of it. You could eat 5 to 10 pounds of meat a day and not gain weight, and digest every bit of it. I'll explain a little bit where I'm going to go with that later. So, but meat is very easy to digest of any type. Now, some people do better with more red and less white, and other people do better with more white and less red. And that is determined usually by physical high energy, only in our toxic bodies. In the American Indians that used to eat all red meat and had vital energy, high hormonal secretions, red meat didn't make them angry, didn't make them over acidic. But our toxic bodies, we have to consider that. If you're a high activity person, if you like to keep moving, doing things all day, your white meat level should be high and your red meat level should be lower. Or else you're going to have a tendency to irritability, to more anxiety, to even more hyperactivity. Let's take a look at vegetables. And we talked about that we're not vegetarians, we're not herbivores. Herbivores are animals that eat vegetation to thrive and survive, or survive and thrive. But what happens if it's in our systems? Whenever you eat vegetables, it's very slow in breaking down, and all of those vegetable juices are secreting every time you break one of those molecular structures as it goes through the entire small intestine and large intestine. What does that create? Alkaline fluids. What happens to the acid bacteria and acid digestive juices? It neutralizes them. So any food that's following, that's dairy or meat or eggs, is less digested or not digested at all, depending upon what type of vegetables you've eaten. So whole vegetables is not something for us to eat, except in very, very tiny amounts. Maybe as a flavoring for a dressing for meat, but not something that we should commonly eat. There are some people that have very toxic digestive tracts that are just full of too acidic compounds. Those people can eat a vegetable salad once a day, late in the evening. No other food will catch up with it, because they won't be eating anything that will catch up to it ever, because they won't eat anything that may be slower in digestion until the next day. They need some. Anybody else, it's going to create a toxic situation in their system, an inability to digest the foods that we need to digest most. So, we know that vegetable juices have a lot of enzymes and vitamins and minerals in them. And if we truly want to get a supplement of vitamins and enzymes and minerals, the best place to do it is vegetable juice. When you drink the vegetable juice, it will be completely absorbed by the time it leaves the end of the duodenum. Never even gets into the digestive tract directly, unless you have a juicer that doesn't separate the pulp as well, and you get a little bit of pulp. And then you usually have green feces. If you have green feces, then you better start filtering your vegetable juice, because it's allowing too many non-digestible vegetable products to go through, and you're secreting too many alkaline fluids, and your bacteria in your colon, the E. coli, is not working at all. If your feces is green, your E. coli is not functioning. The role of E. coli is very important for the sanity of the human race. It breaks down the last stages of protein digestion. It makes the finite molecules of amino acids that feed the brain and nervous system. It's also responsible for manufacturing 80% of the B vitamins that are in your body and releasing them from the animal products that you're eating. Without the E. coli, only 20% of the B vitamins in your food would be released. 20% only. Plus, it synthesizes another twice that amount. When the food goes into the E. coli and the E. coli eat it, their excrement is our food. Sure, we eat shit every day. And it's good for us. That's what bacteria does. It eats the meat. It eats the dairy. Its excrement is our food. It's a symbiotic relationship that's been going on for millions of years since the Homo sapiens been around, and the Cro-Magnon, all of them. In every animal. Bacteria, parasites are very important. I'll get into more of those later. So vegetation is very helpful for us to get vitamins, enzymes, and mineral supplementation as juice. Anytime anybody tells you that an enzyme that's in pill form is good for you, they are very much only a little right. If you're eating cooked foods and that's your diet, cooked junk food diet, those enzymes will help you. But if you're on a good diet, even 60% raw diet, those enzymes become destructive. Because an enzyme that is not in food is not bioactive if it's in a supplemental form. So your body has to send it to the pancreas. The pancreas has to realign and leach whatever's missing. And it has to leach it from your own bank account, from every cell in your body. Just like when you eat a cooked food. Every time you eat a cooked food, the pancreas sends out hormones that addresses every cell in the body. It's like sending out a couple of thugs. Goes around to each person's cell. Need a few cents of your proteins, your fats, your enzymes, everything you have. Goes and collects it from everybody, and you don't have a choice. So you're spending your bank account every time you eat a cooked food. So what happens? You get weaker and more feeble as you get older because your body's just spending its good nutrients. It gets weaker and weaker and weaker. Now, I should be dead, but you can see how it revitalizes the body. And I'm nearly 60 years old. I'm almost finished with 60 years, you know. And I'm not deteriorating like all of my other classmates, you know, from my high school and college days. And by the way, when they wanted to pull my teeth after they were dangling and all the bone rot around, I said, I'm not going to go to my grave suffering the last 3 months from dental extractions. What are you, crazy? You know, so I left them. And I drank a lot of raw milk for the next 2 years, and all the bone rebuilt around all of my teeth. Wouldn't have done that if I had used pasteurized milk. That pasteurized milk has been recorded to cause osteoporosis. And in bone spurs and all kinds of problems. So all of this symbiotic relationship with bacteria in your body is extremely important. You don't want to affect it by drinking too much vegetable juice at one time. It'll get beyond the duodenum and get into the intestinal tract. But those vegetable juices are very, very important. Let's take a look at fats. We looked at fats. We looked at, carbohydrates mainly in vegetable juices. We're going to look at fruits, but let's take a look at fats. Let's isolate fats. What do fats do in the human body? Fats fuel the system, give you the highest amount of energy. They coat cellular structures and protect them. And the body makes soaps from them, cleansers, like virus, to clean the system. The most important nutrient that we need is fats in our toxic society and our toxic bodies. Fats. The thinner you are, the more in danger you are. 100 years ago, a thin woman would have been repulsive. Why? Because she didn't have the strength. She was too wired, too erratic to be a good mother and to survive a winter if she got pregnant. Even survived pregnancy or childbirth if she were thin. So a thin woman was never looked upon as being attractive. Then Twiggy came along. Everybody went nuts. Because why? The ad agencies generated this as beauty. Thin is beautiful. It had nothing to do with beauty. It had to do with fashion. Strictly fashion. Nothing else. And I dated Twiggy. Never even called her after that date. She was hysterical. Hysterical. We've gone to, because I was so ill, I couldn't work. I couldn't even focus or concentrate, in computer programming anymore. And then when my autism went away, that gift went away. I could still do systems analysis, but it took me time, like, a normal person, So I became an actor. So I could just hang around the set, sleeping all the time until it was time to get in front of the camera. Then you spout, and I learned to parrot, sound bites, just throw them back. So it didn't matter what I was saying. You just get into a mood, and you go in there and you say your lines. Whatever your mood was, didn't matter. That was all, mood acting. So it was very easy to do. So I did it. So my publicity agent said, listen, I need you to take Twiggy to a screening, an opening, premiere. So butterflies are free. It was the new Avco Cinemas, the first multiple complex theater in Los Angeles. And it was only 3. Back then that was a big deal. 3 in one house. Showing 3 movies in one house. So we went in a limousine, got in, and I didn't want to go through all the hassle because I was still not well, and the flashes, hurt my eyes, give me a headache. So I just wanted to go out the back way. It was a new building, all kinds of building structures back in the halls, and I didn't know that. So Justin, our manager, went out and told the limo to meet us on the side, so we went outside. So we go out to the back exit doors like this. It leads into a hall with all this building material. I said, don't let that door lock, and it shut. And I said, okay. Just from that suggestion that we might be locked in for 2 minutes, maybe, she went hysterical and started screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming. Well, Justin and I had to shake her, almost slap her to bring her out of it. And she went on for 5 minutes like that. And you have to understand, when you're that thin, where does your body get nutrients if it goes into a panic? It goes into the nervous system. the highest place where the most fats can be found readily, right out of the myelin. Makes people panic and crazy. Men are the same way, not just women. Skinny men are just as volatile as skinny women. Maybe the skinny women are a little bit more crazy than the men, but there's nobody more violent, than the man if he gets crazy. So skinny is not healthy in any circumstance. If you go through a cold or a flu, what does your body use to collect the pollution? The waste products, fats. Why? This is just the way it is. Science tells you that wherever toxins are stored in your body, you're going to find high amounts of fat. Wherever you're going to find high amounts of fat in the body is where you're going to find toxins stored. The bone marrow, the nervous system, and fatty tissue. If you have lots of excess fatty tissue, guess what? The poisons are not going to get into your live cells, your active cells, and damage them. So it's better to be fat. I know a lot of you are saying, oh, wait a minute, Aajonus, look at you, you're not fat. And yes, I am. 22 to 24% body fat. What size is that? It's about her size. Why are you thin then? Because fat molecules, when they're raw, are very small and complex and concentrated. When they're cooked, they swell 10 to 50 times their normal size. So I'm cut like... Sorry about that. I'm cut like somebody... I'm cut like somebody...
You did that on purpose, you guys. That's an icebreaker.
I'm cut like somebody who's maybe 10% fat level. 22, I weighed a scale myself the other day, 22% fat level. I used to keep up to 30% fat level when I was so toxic with the chemo, as much chemo. I still am toxic. It takes 40 years to clean the body and rebuild it completely. 40 years, according to Pottinger and Howell's work with animals. They found it took them 5 generations to take diseased animals and get them to healthy by feeding them raw. 5 generations. 5 generations of your cells, 7.5 years per cellular generation altogether in your bones, for almost 40 years. I consider I've gone on the perfect diet in 1982 when I began eating raw meat on a daily basis, even twice a day. That's when I start my timer ticking. So, how many years have I had on this raw diet? 24, exactly. So 24 years. I've still got a long way to go. For cleaning, I've done a lot more cleaning. Of course, it wasn't very good as a fruitarian because I had very little fat to help clean out that poisonous stuff. Just recirculating it, most of it. Because I didn't have the fat to carry it, to bind with it, neutralize it, and carry it out the body. The lymph system uses a tremendous amount of fat. Blood doesn't have a lot of fat in it. White cells, those white cells are mostly fat. But how many white cells do you have? Very small amount. The concentration of fat in the lymphatic system is intense, depending upon what you eat. It can be up to 80% fat, 5% carbohydrates, and 15% protein. That's the ideal. The best for creating homeostasis, which is the perfect balance of the human body or any creature.
Would you say that again?
80% fat, 5% carbohydrates, 15% protein. And after you've been on this diet for about 15 years, that's the ideal. Before that, you'll be going through different times. You need more fruits to clean and cleanse with. So you'll need more carbohydrates at different times, during colds and flus. Normally, though, your diet should be once a day, the fruit. I'm getting ahead of myself. So fats, very important food. Take a look at your weightlifters and your bodybuilders. What's the difference? Your bodybuilders are all muscle and not a lot of strength. Your weightlifters are fat and very strong. Your wrestlers, even the show wrestlers. You get a bodybuilder out there, and he's going to hurt himself taking those falls and taking those blows because they really hit. They can't fake that. You hit a guy and he flies 10 feet across the ring, the stage. And it's a show, yes, and they're not really out there to kill each other, but they're out there to pound each other. And to withstand all that, you better have a lot of fat on you, not just muscle. And I mean, to fly up in the air and come down and slam down on somebody and not damage yourself, have enough fats to lubricate the joints and to keep everything from crashing and damaging and cracking, takes a lot of fat. And those guys are anywhere from 24 to 35% fat in their muscles. It's a lot of fat. It shows you how necessary and protective fat is. So all you people who are fat have always condemned yourself from your whole life because of publicity. People telling you it's unattractive. You have been much more protected. Let me give you an example. 2 years ago, I was in Asheville, North Carolina. And Asheville, North Carolina is one of my circuits that I hit usually once a year. This is a group of hippies. And I mean hippies from way back. People that have been vegetarian 35, 37 years. They developed a community there called Earth Haven. All supposed to be natural. Everybody there was sick. Very sick. One of the fellows who was so chronically fatigued, he was so skinny and tall, he looked like a raccoon. He had black all around his eyes. So somehow he got word about my diet, went on my diet in the closet, taking meat into the place in his little house, his little cottage, all the dairy and all that, snuck it in at night and eat it. And all of a sudden he was getting healthier and healthier, and everybody was saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Because they wanted a taste of that kind of health that he was moving. After a year, he said, "Not going to lie to you anymore." He said, "I eat raw meat, I eat raw dairy. Everything we're not supposed to eat, I'm eating." And let me tell you, it woke up 80% of the community. 80% of that community went on the diet in that next year. So they invited me to come and speak and do this and see them for consults, people who needed extra help. Or people just wanted to get healthy quicker. So after the third year, this fellow kind of came in that looked nothing like a hippie. It looked like he came right out of a motorcycle gang. And I thought, okay, this is interesting. So I photographed his eyes and I looked at it, and it was so clean inside, very pristine. Maybe like somebody in their 20s, and he was probably about 52, 53 years old, I don't recall right now. But his skin had the damage of drug and alcohol that you see for people who abuse drugs and alcohol for at least 25 years. So I said that to him, and I said, "Wait a minute, you don't have the normal damage from alcohol and drugs that I normally see in people that have your kind of skin condition." And I said, doesn't make sense. You're only about 30 pounds overweight. Doesn't make any sense. He said, well, before I went on your diet 4 months ago, he said, I was 300 pounds. Just gives you an idea. Even toxic fat is protective. So I prefer being unhealthfully fat than healthfully skinny in our society. If you're the Maasai tribe and you're the skinniest, tallest, smartest tribe in the world, and in a non-polluted environment, you're skinny. That's fine. But their rules for eating are extreme. It is illegal to eat any fruit because they have no fat in their body, and it causes anger and over-emotionality. See, we can eat a little bit more of that sweet stuff if we just eat fat with it. We can get away with it, but they don't have that extra fat. They don't separate that extra fat from their milk as we do, because they stay in a totally restrictive thought process. Then we have the carbohydrates. What do carbohydrates do? Oh, the fats give you your highest rate of energy. That's why the weightlifters use it. That's why your wrestlers use it. High. That's why your sumo wrestlers are huge. All they do is eat all day long to maintain that kind of weight. You have 2.5 times more energy from a fat than you do from a carbohydrate or a protein. 2.5 times more energy from the same calorie. 1 calorie of fat will give you 2.5 times more energy than a calorie from carbohydrate or protein. Protects the skin. It keeps you warm. It protects invasive acids from entering in cellular walls. Very important substance, fat. And you've heard of fat and happy? It's true. It is really true. I would say that 90% of all the people that I've met that are fat are much happier as long as they're not against beating themselves up because they're fat. They're happier, they're funnier, they're lighter, they're usually smarter. Your skinny people are all over the place. All over the place. Everywhere. So, the carbohydrate is necessary because usually tremendous amounts of enzymes accompany carbohydrates in fruits and vegetables. And what do those sugars do when you're just using the sugars and not the enzymes? The body ferments them. Goes into fermentation in the digestive tract and creates alcohol. What does alcohol do? Alcohol breaks down fats and helps utilize fat as fuel. But it takes just a micro amount to do it. In the citric acid cycle, which is the cycle of utilizing fat as fuel, the concentration is exactly 80% fat, 5% sugar, carbohydrate, or citric acid. Any one of those three, 5%, and then 15% protein. It's like the same structure is best for the whole body is best for utilizing fuel. 85-15. So we need a little bit of that sugar to help you make soaps for the body with the alcohol, provide citric acid or vitamin C to utilize fat as fuel. If you're trying to detox more, you can eat more fruit. But you better be ready for a heavy detoxification with a lot more fat in your body. And you better be prepared for symptoms. Normally, I do not like to incite detoxification unless there's an emergency situation with someone's health. They've gone to a doctor or they've gone to a health professional that has told them to eat all these toxic compounds to try to reverse their disease, and it's made them worse. And I need to help the body clean out quicker to possibly save this person, or the body save itself. I don't save anybody, the food doesn't. So in those certain situations, I will suggest more fruit. Otherwise, limited. Very small amount is necessary. If you're not digesting well, don't go for just any fruit. There are certain fruits that help you with digestion. Those are papaya and pineapple. You've got a loss of appetite, you've got a loss of touch, sensuality. Papaya is the main fruit that you want. I'll give you an example. My mother was supposed to die last year at this time. She stopped eating and she got frightfully skinny. She almost went into a coma. So I flew back to see her and I made her a custard. Custard is a papaya, egg, butter, and honey. When you blend that together, it solidifies within about 3 minutes, just like a cooked custard does. So she ate that. That day, I gave it to her in the morning. That day, she ate 4 meals. It's hard to even get one down her for the 7 days before I got there. I happened to be in Asia, so I didn't get back till after that time. So then the next day, she wouldn't eat the custard. So I gave her 2 ounces of papaya first thing in the morning. And then 2 ounces late in the afternoon. She ate 4 meals every day she was given the papaya. She ate 4 meals. When I left, if my father or brothers or the nurse didn't give her papaya, she'd only eat 1 meal a day. My mother is still in that shape right now because what? They don't feed her the papaya every day. They give it only when I call and remind them. And my mother is bedridden, basically, because she won't eat enough to give her strength back, to put muscle back in her body. So papaya works very well in increasing appetite, also increases sensuality. If you've lost taste buds, sense of smell, gradually it will help restore it. So little carbohydrate is necessary, mainly goes into alcohols to make cleansers for the body. What kind of cleansers? The body makes all sorts of cleansers. The virus is the least desirable. Now you'll read a lot on the internet, all of these pseudo-biochemists that go all off the wall, all these doctors now going off the wall, talking about virus being alive. Basic chemistry. Viruses are not alive. They have no structure, no breathing, nothing. They are chemical structures only. They are protein particles that are grouped together in certain structures, chemicals, arrangements to cause dissolution of particular tissue. Each cell has over 300,000 viruses. That means 300,000 different formulas for soaps. We have the same holistically. Because if we don't have a bacteria or a fungus or a parasite to help eat and degenerate and dissolve toxic dead cells and tissue in the body has to dissolve it with a soap, solvent. Virus are not alive. That's why for the last 40 years they've said it's no point in giving an antibiotic to somebody who's got a virus because viruses aren't alive. Everybody seems to have forgotten that in the last 15 years. But it is basic chemistry. Viruses are not alive. So you got a lot of love for that in the pharmaceutical industry. Because now people are taking antibiotics, they're trying to fight virus, and they're talking about them being alive. And when people think something's alive, it is more of a danger and a threat. Pharmaceutical and medical industry love it. And your doctors who were giving antibiotics for viral conditions were completely stupid. Not even ignorant, stupid. Because they went through school and they should have learned it. And they weren't paying attention for that whole month. And there's a whole month structured on virus in the medical training. A whole month. How can you not get it? So when you hear people say viruses are alive, and all these health officials, these health employees with the health departments, viruses are alive, viruses are alive. Where? In what chemistry? Doesn't happen. They are soaps, they are solvents. Each one is structured to separate and dissolve a particular thing. Let's say the left arm on every chair started getting a mold and started deteriorating, and you needed to remove it. And you had a particular individual that came in that was a specialist on this left arm. You need to come and remove the left arm and replace it. A specialist for one particular thing. That is how the body makes viruses. Cells make virus. They make these soaps to do what? To dissolve specific cellular structures that are damaged. If you combine them, like the FDA has allowed this company to give us 6 different viruses to get rid of one particular listeria strain in cooked meats. Put them on, cold cuts to get rid of that particular bacteria. They have allowed 6 man-made viruses to be sprayed on these meats. 6 different ones. What is going to do? How is that going to affect your cellular structure? Because they are meant to damage that particular bacteria in your cells. What's going to happen to the integrity of that particular bacteria in your cell? Very dangerous. Very dangerous what is going on. And the only people who can stop it is us making enough noise. So you have to be careful. So, other bacterias and parasites, we're taught most of them are bad. Yet you look at all of the work being done at universities now with virus and bacteria, and you find that they're working with them as an agent to reverse disease, especially cancer. The University of Toronto, in association with the Children for Hospital for Sick Children of Toronto, have been using the varitoxin, that means the toxin produced by it is the excrement of E. coli, to completely dissolve human brain tumors, plus the vessels going to them, in 2 to 5 days. But you know how the pharmaceutical and the medical community are handling brain tumors? They'll cut your head open, they'll drill into it, they'll cut it out, they damage part of your brain that will never restructure again. Close your head up and wait for you to grow another tumor. Yet, this spirotoxin injected into a brain tumor will dissolve it in 2 to 5 days. Gone. No money in it. So it's not available. So where can you get that kind of E. coli? Any feces. Eat shit and live. That's going to be in the title of one of my books. It really is. It's going to show everything upside down. It is upside down in the medical system. So, what did this Vion Products do 2 years ago? It marketed a salmonella to treat cancer. Now, salmonella, they found, many strains of salmonella, will go in and choke off the oxygen to a tumor and then eat it. Dissolve it. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Give me some salmonella. Where do we get salmonella? Crack an egg and let it rot. Asians do it every day. Eat rotten eggs. Pay a lot of money for them too. Rotten eggs every day. No cancer. And all that community does it. All the communities of Asia that are suffering cancer now no longer eat those rotten eggs. So-called rotten eggs. High bacterial eggs. Watching them drop like flies when I go over there. And will they eat a high egg, a rotten egg? No, because they're now programmed to think that bacteria is what caused the cancer. But what causes cancer? Pollution, chemicals. We know that cadmium concentrations cause kidney cancer. We know that mercury causes pancreatic, liver, brain tumors. Nowhere in nature is there cancer unless man has poisoned the environment. No animal has cancer unless its environment is poisoned with chemicals. You're being told to poison yourself with chemotherapy to treat yourself for cancer. The dumbest thing I've ever heard. But pharmaceutical industry makes a fortune. Big death industry. The sicker you are, the better it is. Cancer is nothing other than a polluted part of the body having killed many, many cells. Your body doesn't have the resources to dissolve those dead cells and remove them from the body, so it builds them into tumors. And tumors can be resolved pretty easily. Is the cancer cell a bad guy? According to all the publicity, according to all the thinkers, but take a look at it. What happens? You've got one cancer cell around 50 to 100 dead cells. What happens when that cancer cell dies? It sets out a serum, which is a virus, that dissolves all those dead cells. And guess what the body can do? Get rid of the dead cells. Because the cancer cells have allowed those dead cells to be dissolved. Now, do you have the proper fat structures in your body to bind with that poison? That chemical mush that you have, that dangerous substance that is now dead, dissolved cells. Most people don't, so what happens? Body starts dissolving away. So the medical profession is treating the whole system very badly. Cancer is a very easy thing to get rid of. And it's proved because 95% of the people who have cancer that go onto this diet have the cancer reversed. They reverse their cancer. 95%. And there were a lot of people that questioned that. Dr. Moss, and all of that. So this woman came to me here, Dr. Elnora Van Winkle. who was a neuroscientist who spent 47 years at Milhouse Laboratories at Columbia University, New York City University, cataloging all the chemicals in the brain and nervous system. An incredible neuroscientist and biochemist. She came to me and got a list of 357 of my cancer patients, called every one of them that was on the diet over 5 years. And at that time, it was 357. Now they're about 700. She called every one of them. Only 5% of them had died. All the others were well. So that's why she put here. The statistics of cancer reversal on this diet are accurate. Accurate. So, but the medical profession wouldn't make any money. Do you know how much they would have made had I paid them everything from treating me for my cancers? They would have made $225,000, and that was in 1967, 68. I refused to pay them the $80,000. I made them eat the last $80,000. There's no money if you're getting rid of your cancer by eating food. And sometimes I've had some people who their cancer just wasn't reversing. So I had them eat buffalo shit or pig shit, right from the bowels. Get the bowel from the animal, cut it off, tie it off like a sausage, and eat a section. About 2 ounces every couple of days. And within months, all of a sudden the cancer is reversing marvelously nicely. They used, like I said, salmonella. They were using salmonella at Yale University. They were paid, Vion Products, paid Yale to experiment with salmonella. The test ran 10 years. Vion Labs patented it 2 years ago. It's in trials right now, and it's going to come out next year. Now, what did they do to that salmonella? They attenuated it, which means they altered its genes. So now it will go in and choke off the oxygen to a tumor, but it won't eat it. So what's the conjoining therapy that they're going to use with it? They're going to take a solvent, like another virus or a virus, and they're going to inject it into the tumor to dissolve it. That's going to create mass toxicity. Then they're going to have to give you drugs to counteract that. $8,000 for the injection of attenuated salmonella, $12,000 for the injection of the solvent, and $40,000 for the next 2 months to clean up your system. Crack a few eggs, let them rot and eat them. There's your salmonella. Eat shit. Not human. There's no non-toxic human waste. It's just too toxic. So make sure it's of a animal that's healthy. It's been eating raw all of its life, and you'll just feed your system very nicely. Now let's take a look. Has anybody heard about trichinosis? Everybody raise your hand who was told that trichinosis is one of the worst things in the world you could get. And you cook your pig until it didn't scream. How many people were told that trichinosis was dangerous? Raise your hand. I would say 3/4 of this room. That was the big thing when I was a kid. Trichinosis is the worst thing you can have. Dr. Joel Weinstock, a gastroenterologist at Iowa University, was raised on a farm. Saw how healthy those pigs were with their trichinosis in their digestive tracts. And then when he became a professor at the university, after 10 years, he said, wait a minute, these pigs are so unhealthy. Checked their digestive tracts, they had no trichinosis. Took those pigs out, got them trichinosis, put them out with other pigs, let them eat slop and all that kind of stuff. They got trichinosis and they get healthy again. So he said, if it works that way with the pig, and we're so much like the pig, Maybe we're supposed to have the trichinosis because all humans used to have trichinosis. And still in primitive parts of the world, humans all have trichinosis, and they're not sick. So, he got a license from the FDA to give it to 6 patients, all who had to have suffered inflammatory bowel disease, which is a disease where anytime you eat or drink anything, even water, you go into cramps, diarrhea, or vomit.
Is that like Crohn's?
Crohn's is worse. Crohn's, you have lesions in your abdominal area, undigested food passes into the gut, gets into joints, causes joint swelling. That's worse. But inflammatory bowel disease is bad enough. Crohn's is even worse. So he gave it to these 6 patients. They had suffered with inflammatory bowel disease, IBS, inflammatory bowel syndrome they call it, for a minimum of 10 years and up to 32 years. 5 of those 6 patients in 6 days had no symptoms of their bowel disease. No symptoms, 5 days. The other wasn't affected. Probably they didn't take it as system. And every one of those clients were back knocking on the door 5 months later for more.
How did they get it?
Well, what he did was he took trichinosis from the pig. He let them breed, get lots of eggs. Then he put it in Gatorade, which is an alkalizing fluid, so that it destroyed the bacteria, the hydrochloric acid, so it didn't dissolve and digest the eggs. And they passed through. See, I'd done many experiments, but I never thought to put it in an alkalizing fluid when I tried to get parasites for many years. So now I'd put them in vegetable juice. You need in vegetable juice, and that would do it. Now you can go online to Iowa University and you can buy trichinosis in vials.
Really?
Yeah. You can buy it in vials. I don't suggest you do that because FDA makes them clean it. And it's altered it quite a bit. So what I have my clients do who have any kind of disease like that, even Crohn's, I have them go to an Amish farmer, get the pig's intestine, and eat just 1/2 cup. That's it. Takes care of them for 5-6 months. And after the 3rd time, they never have to do it again. That's it. Only one fellow who had such a bad time, a very young kid, who had so many antibiotics in his younger day, and that's the small intestine, not the large intestine of the pig, for the trichinosis. Trichinosis doesn't live in the bowel. It's in the small intestinal tract of the pig and humans. So he had to eat almost 2 pounds of it, and then he was corrected. But, most of the time it's just 1/2 cup. That's it, every 5-6 months. I just met ran into at our co-op in Los Angeles Wednesday, this fellow who had suffered constipation for 62 years, even on my diet. And I said, well, you're going to have to get the pig's intestine and eat it. And after he did that, no constipation. And right in 5.5 months, he started getting constipated, started moving toward constipation again. So he called the Amish farmer, got the pig's intestine. Within 3 days of eating it, no constipation again. And for me, it was an important thing too. I was, because of all the chemo and radiation that I had, no bacteria or parasites could live in my body. It was too toxic. They ate the toxic tissue in my body, and it killed them. It poisoned them. That's what chemotherapy is. It's poisoned cells. It's supposed to be poisoning cancer cells, but it poisons the whole body. Vaccines, all of them do that. Antibiotics, all of them put poisons in the system. So it destroys bacteria and parasites. We're getting so clean, as Dr. Weinstock says, we cannot survive disease. We're just getting more because of it. So I tried everything except putting the parasites in an alkaline environment. If I had only known. But it probably wouldn't have helped then either, because I was so toxic. And 2.5 years ago, I decided to try an experiment. I saw that the tapeworm only lived in third world children, and mainly children, not many adults at all, who were given care products from America and Europe and all those European countries, that they took their aid, their food aid to help these children, and they were giving the money to whom? Purina, General Foods, General Mills, sending these kids garbage cereals, which are very high in acrylamides, high in sugar like crazy. Acrylamides are toxic sugar products. And condensed evaporated milk, the most poisonous substance that there is, known to cause diseases, according to Dr. Pottinger in his studies with animals. Created more disease with the condensed, dehydrated milk. So, evaporated milk. That's what they're sending these children to eat. They mix it with water. These children get infected with these tapeworms. Yet the tapeworms keep them alive because the tapeworms feed on sugar, excess sugar toxins. So it keeps them alive even though they may have 100 foot of tapeworm in them. So I thought, okay, I was one of those cereal eaters and I ate lots of pasteurized dairy as a child. And probably that's a lot of what, because when I had my surgeries, I was eating, a box of cereal a day, along with my powdered donuts and my coffee. So I thought, probably a lot of that toxin is in that tissue. If I can break that tissue down from my body, maybe I can finally get parasites. So what I did was I took some raw milk and some root powder that is very similar to cereals. It even tastes like cereals. So I fermented them together, and I let it ferment for about 2 weeks. So, out of the refrigerator. So when I popped the cork and went to sniff it, the alcohol was so strong it literally burned my sinuses. So, not being too smart at the time, I had 3 cups of it in one day instead of doing maybe half a cup and seeing what happened. So, I was bound for Asia, in 2 days. I was breaking out in hives all over the place. I felt like a maniac that was going crazy. I felt like I was toothpick thin kind of, behavior. And it was pretty bad. So I was downing the cream and the fats to deal with these poisons. So I got to Hanoi, and they would have said I got the tapeworm there, but it didn't have anything to do with it. And, they have what is called nukmia, which is sugarcane juice. And I thought I ate an awful lot of sugar. I ate a lot of candy. I was diabetic, so I would eat, a whole box of chocolate-covered cherries in about 40 minutes. With my diabetes, always going crazy. The injection, my blood sugar would go crazy, and I had to eat the sugar to bring it back up. And it was, a poor roller coaster that those people go through because of the medical profession. So I decided to take some of that nukmia, that sugarcane juice, and see if I'd have a reaction, because I couldn't get any other vegetable juice in Hanoi and also in Cambodia. And so I tried 2 ounces, no sugar reaction. I tried 4 ounces the next day, no sugar reaction. I tried a cup the next day, no sugar reaction. Next day I tried 16 ounces in one sitting, No sugar reaction. It was almost identical to drinking celery juice. And I realized, oh yeah, when they make sugar, they boil it about 450 to 700 degrees to get the sugar molecule to be free from the cellulose. So you're not getting all that sugar from the sugar cane unless you're cooking it. So I decided, I have so much sugar that I'd ferment that too. So here I'm go from one fermentation thing to another fermentation to try to clean my body of all the sugar so I can finally get a parasite. So I ferment this sugar cane juice for about 5 days. Ferments, I drink it. I'm in hives like you wouldn't believe the hives that I went into from that. You wouldn't believe all the candy I ate either. Yeah. Half of my diet was candy as a kid. Literally candy bars. I could go through 5, butter roasts a day, and I would put 5 to 6 heaping tablespoons of sugar into a bowl of cereal. And you too. Oh, no, I was.
You're my story. Why didn't I get sick?
Well, you may be.
Yeah.
It's just that a lot of, like I said in my recipe book, a lot of people who have high hormonal activity have no idea how sick they are. I didn't happen to have that balancing or that counteracting thing that made me feel strong and healthy because I had no hormones. I was sick and weak and chronically fatigued all the time. So I'm breaking out with hives, and the hives, one of the hives were this big here and all over my butt in this whole area here. And I was not going to scratch them because I could feel how acrid they were. So I was locked, I locked myself in this hotel room in Hanoi, and I've got, tomatoes and cucumbers, and I'm slicing them out of the refrigerator, rubbing them on, taking the tomatoes and wringing them out in the tub, getting into a cold tub and soaking in there, just like I say in my book, to get rid of hives. So I kept controlling them where I wouldn't scratch them, but even then, within 2 to 3 days, they were scabbing. That wasn't scratching, that was scabbing, so you knew what was coming out through that skin was highly toxic. So when I was finally able to leave, I kept a lot of those scrapings and took them to the hospital there where I was working with some doctors and in Hanoi. And they did a lab test on it and found that it had AZT in it. Mm-hmm. AZT was the chemical they gave me as the chemotherapy for cancer that in the year 1969 was ruled too toxic to give humans. And guess what? They brought out the vaults. Hundreds of $1 million in AZT. They had it in the vaults and storing it all those years, and were having to pay for the storage and the property to store it on. They brought it out for AIDS. Said it was good for AIDS, no testing. So they started poisoning all these AIDS people and killing them using the AZT. That's the story of AZT. So, got it out of my body, and all of a sudden, 3 days later, I see this little noodle in the toilet with my feces, and it's kind of floating around, like you see a stingray, and I said, oh, that thing was alive. So I pulled it out, and it was a tapeworm. I thought, oh, I've got a tapeworm. Finally, I've got a tapeworm. I've got a tapeworm. Oh, great. So, I kept seeing sections for the next week come out. And I've had constipation since I was a child, an infant. I went every 3 to 5 days up until I went on the raw diet. When I was 22 years old, or 20 years old, I started eating raw food. 21, I started eating raw food. 21. 22, when I started eating mainly a raw diet. 1972, when I was 25, I went completely on a raw diet. So I kept, even on a raw diet, I was constipated. I'd go every day, sometimes 2 times a day, but that first part of the feces was always huge. So my rectum was all scar tissue. It was that thick, like a little woman with fibroids. That's the way my rectum was. So no matter what size it was, the feces was, even if it was that small, it would rip my rectum and cause bleeding. So I bled every time I moved up until the day I got that tapeworm. That tapeworm caused all my feces to be smaller and thinner and soft, even at the beginning of the feces. Ever since then, I've not had, if I ate cheese, my feces would be like granite. And 2 months ago, following another experience, I ate 5 pounds of cheese with no butter. Didn't get constipated once since I had that tapeworm. And it's funny, about 2 weeks after the tapeworm, I first noticed the tapeworm, I get this craving for onion. Who sits down and eats an onion like an apple? I did. And I ate half of that onion. That was enough. The next morning, I shat out about 47 feet of a tapeworm. And I almost cried. Because I could smell it coming out with the onion. Onion evacuated that tapeworm. I was devastated. You threw my first helper, We're going to have constipation again. I worried to death. I pulled the thing out of the toilet, and the floor was woods, and I spread all along to measure it, because they shrink fast. So I wanted to measure it, so that's how I knew how long it was. But it could have been 57 feet. But by the time I measured, it shrunk. It was about 40 feet, so I went in between there.
Inches.
Figured out how much it was.
Inches or feet?
Pardon?
Inches? Feet.
Feet. 47 feet. What did I say, inches?
No.
47 feet. Yeah.
So how did that change your bowel movements? Because it ate that
It did whatever. It changed the whole chemistry in my bowels. How it did it, what it did, I don't know, but it did it. Just like, who knows, the trichinosis corrected those people's lifetime of bowel disease in a few days. Who knows how? It's a very complex system that we've been living with, a symbiotic relationship with bacteria and parasites for millions of years. And the medical profession and the industry wants us to believe that all these chemicals are going to save us. And destroying all this bacteria and these parasites are going to cure us. It's creating just the opposite. I understand that there's more hospital rooms that are filled in Omaha per capita than anywhere else in the world. It's your farming chemicals. You're farming chemicals here.
What does
Causing.
normal feces look like?
Pardon?
What is normal feces? What should your bowel movement look like if it's healthy bowels?
If you had a dog on a raw diet for long enough, that's what it should look like. It should turn white and just turn into earth again. Have you ever seen wild feces from a dog?
No, not really.
Yeah, they're normally structured. They're very narrow, uniformly, and they will turn white as they oxidize in dust, turn into dust. Just like it looks like ash. It looks like ash.
Okay.
But we're too toxic. It's never going to look like that for a long, long time. I put mine out every once in a while to see if it'll turn that way, and they're still too toxic, and have it analyzed. Still too much toxicity in there. I used to have 5.5%, 4.2%, 4.3% was the highest mercury still found in my feces.
If you eat high meat with vegetable juice, it's better than with dairy?
You never eat high meat with vegetable juice.
Okay.
Because I'll get into that.
Okay.
I'll talk about it in a while. So, then about 3 weeks after I had that onion defecation with my feces, I see little bits of the tapeworm again. And that went on for about 6 weeks. I saw them every once in a while on the feces. And after about 6 weeks, I had a bowel movement and shot out about 50 feet. And that was the last time I saw them. no more bits and pieces. But I haven't suffered constipation ever since. And I can eat cheese and cheesecakes with crust, with the nuts in it, and never get constipated anymore. It used to cause me terrible problems if I didn't eat 1.5 to 2 times more butter than I did cheese. I'd always get too constipated. Now I can eat cheese all day long and never get constipated without butter. Pretty incredible. So, parasites are our friends, even those that are claimed to be bad. Trichinosis, tapeworm, all of those. Amoebic, from amoebic dysentery. They give it some bad name. You are so toxic, you have so many bad biological compounds in your system that you go to a country where they don't put chlorine and other chemicals in the water, and you get some of that amoeba, it's going to help you right away to get rid of that garbage. So you're going to have vomit, you're going to have diarrhea, and mostly diarrhea. That's a favorable thing. Vomit and diarrhea, you clean out more poisons quicker than any other way. Perspiring anything. And one of my cancer patients who was vomiting heavily for almost 6 weeks and unable to eat, I couldn't figure out why. Most of my clients will go into vomiting, diarrhea, and have that problem for maybe 3 weeks at the maximum. Usually only 10 days, they get back to eating. This woman was going 6 weeks vomiting and not able to eat, but very, very little. Not enough to keep her weight on, but I got her fairly fat before she went into it, so thank God. So I said, I got to find out what this is. So I took 4 ounces of her vomit. I sent it to the lab. The lab called me 7 days later and said somebody's poisoning your patient. I said, what do you mean? He said, she has 3,000 times, got that? 3,000 times the lethal dose of thallium in that 4 ounces of vomit. Thallium is a heavy metal that's soft, but not as soft as lead, and is almost poisonous as mercury. It's the second most toxic substance. Mercury is first, thallium's next, arsenic is next, lead is next.
The source of thallium?
Pardon?
The source of thallium is?
She was a jewelry maker.
Oh.
She never used a mask when she was burning and melting, and never used gloves. She just inhaled it all and absorbed it all into her system.
What color is thallium? Do we wear it?
It's in most jewelry. Yeah. If you wear, silver, unless it's highly clean, it's full of mercury. If you have silver that causes a discoloration in your skin.
My gold does.
Pardon?
But I have gold. My gold does that.
Then your gold is not clean. It's not pure. It has thallium and mercury in it, or one or the other, or both. Poisons. Don't wear any metal that ever does that to you.
So if you wear a ring and it doesn't change, then you're good.
Not necessarily. It's not to the point where you can see it. Doesn't mean it isn't part of it. The only way you'd be able to do it is to scrape a little of your skin in that area and have it analyzed, and that costs about $2,300. But it could be good for your health. If you're wearing it every day, you'd be poisoning yourself gradually. So, when the body goes through vomit and diarrhea, your body's getting rid of some very serious poisons very quickly. Now, the concentrations of thallium that I found in her feces and urine were never more than about, 0.07 micrograms per million parts, which is toxic, but it's not severe. But in that vomit was 3,000 times the lethal dose. That was 200,000 times more than I found in the feces and urine in just one vomit. She'd been vomiting for 6 weeks. She did not survive. She died. Surprised she didn't die a lot sooner. 3,000 times a lethal dose in just one little vomit. You know? She just couldn't eat. She kept on for 2.5 months vomiting. Killed her.
If she would have ate, she would have survived.
Pardon?
If she would have ate, she would have survived.
Yeah. Yep. She just couldn't eat. She was so sore from vomiting. She couldn't keep anything down. She just started vomiting again. So, and I didn't have her just fat enough to get her through another 2 weeks. She wouldn't get any fatter than that. She gained 28 pounds. She was slender. She gained a lot more weight than you did. Nobody here that, she was full-bodied, but she's in between, people here. So, but not enough to get her through that heaving all those poisons. So, vomit and diarrhea. If you get amoeba dysentery, throw a party. You get diarrhea, vomit, rejoice.
So when you travel, you're on the toilet for a week. Your trip is ruined. So how do people cope with that?
Well, they don't. They don't understand it, so they take all these drugs that poison them more.
How would you cope with that?
I stayed in the hotel room for 3 days. And, for me it was only 3 days because I was able to get through it. So, but most people won't have a problem unless they're heavy antibiotic users, heavy medicine users, or really we eat the worst foods in the world. They will get. Let me give you an example. There was a film that was made by Haskell Wexler, who's a winner of an Academy Award for Virginia Woolf. Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? He did the cinematography in it. He's from a very wealthy family that owns, I think it's the the Radisson or one of those hotel chains. He made a movie called Latino in the mid-'80s. And one of my patients was the third leading actor in it. Actually, he was the second leading actor. Robert Beltran was the first, and Tony Plano was the second lead in it. That wasn't female. They were shooting in Nicaragua. It was about the Bush and the Reagan's interference in Nicaragua, and how they were taking a democratic society and making it a fascist society because they wanted to rule, the banking system there. So they were going to be doing a lot of those things in swamps because these were two American military men that were sent down there because they were both Latin. They got exposed to both sides of the issue. So you got to see both sides of the issue. Tony brought a legal sheet of paper to me that was mimeographed or printed or whatever it was, and said everything not to do. Don't eat anything raw. Cook everything. Steam everything. Don't drink any water unless it's been distilled. Everything in there. If you go into the swamp, do not put your hands on your face. Don't touch your face. Don't get them near your mouth. You get maybe dysentery. All these things that said not to do. And he said, what am I going to do on this diet down there? And I said, do absolutely everything that they say not to do. Drink the swamp water. Do everything that it says not to do. So he did just exactly that. Everybody on that set got sick but him. The Robert Beltran got so sick they closed the film down for 6 weeks. He lost 50 pounds. And you see the movie, it's called Latino. and you rent it, you see it. You see Beltran going down 55 pounds from one scene to the next. So you have this episode, and they had to write a scene in there where he got sick, down there, which is true. But Tony was the only one who didn't get sick, and he ate the raw meat, he drank the swamp water, he did everything he wasn't supposed to do. Didn't eat one cooked, he ate some cooked bread, and then with his raw butter, and that was it. So didn't get sick.
So when you do get sick like that and you throw up, and should you do what your body says? And if you're not hungry till later on in the day, don't eat till later on in the day. You shouldn't try to feed yourself right after you do that because you feel like crap.
Well, it's always a good idea to keep sucking eggs because you want to have some poisons. If you're fat and overweight, I would say your body's going to take its own fat and utilize it. But that takes it off of your body and your protection.
So cheese or something.
Yeah, cheese and eggs. Best thing to do, cheese and eggs. Yeah. And if the eggs cause more vomiting, good, get it out quicker. Then you may get through it in a whole 24 hours, 48 hours instead of waiting a whole week to get through it.
The jewelry person, that was abnormal for that type of vomiting for 6 weeks. It was just because of her profession. And
yeah, I've had other patients, all cancer patients are poisoned. They have some poison that's intentionally caused cancer in their body.
Was she a cancer patient?
Yeah.
Oh, she was. Okay.
She had breast cancer. Yeah.
And she came to you for help.
Yes.
After the chemo.
No, she didn't have chemo or radiation.
She did not do that.
No. She was so poisoned from her profession.
Gotcha.
Jewelry making.
Okay.
And she came to me with the breast cancer. She was too poisoned. She had too much of this poison. She was thin. So all of it went into her tissues. She had no fat until I got her fat, but it wasn't enough to get her through because she just wouldn't cross that barrier beyond the 28 pounds overweight. She was skinny. Nobody here, she was as thin as you.
Well, I've gained 15.
I know, that's
pounds,
good. You were, but she was as thin, and she gained 28 pounds on that. But it still wasn't enough. She's bigger than you, but still wasn't enough for her to get her through that. And I couldn't persuade her to get fatter. And I tried. Probably could have made it through if she just 10 more pounds. Can't say for sure because I'm not God, but I think she could have made it because she was down to the point where she wasn't vomiting as much. But she was so sore from vomiting, she wouldn't eat. That last week did it. Yes.
So, I hear you saying that carrying extra body fat is good because it protects us. But then, what about your heart? I guess, the media and maybe it's all wrong and the doctors are wrong, but does your heart have to work harder?
Well, who says the heart isn't strong enough to do it?
So how... All right, so there's got to be a way to make your heart strong to do that?
You know what the heart, the size of a buffalo heart is? About this big. Not even the size of a cow's. About the size of a cow's. And yet a buffalo is huge. That small heart to that big body takes that big animal and those skinny little legs. Can't judge things the way the medical profession does. Medical profession is very stupid or very smart. Get you believe everything, that they say. It's sad.
So the heart problems are caused by what? The fats and the vegetable oils crystallizing in the arteries and things?
If a sumo wrestler, look at the fat that these guys, sure they only live to 37 years old, but that's because they're getting fat on all this grain starch. Not getting fat on good fat.
So raw fat is good. If you take raw fat and you cook it, will it behave differently in the body? Because it's
it will not harden. Like I said, those tribes that ate cooked animal fats they had gout, they had arthritis, they had rheumatism, they had a little bit of osteoporosis in their older days, but they had no heart disease and no arteriosclerosis.
So even the cooked raw fat is
Even
good.
the cooked raw fat. The cooked fat, not cooked raw.
I know, but I was
cooked
trying
fat,
to...
yeah.
Because you can buy pasteurized butter, is that,
It's
that's,
cooked.
it's still cooked,
Cooked, pasteurized is cooked.
but butter is okay in its
Yeah.
true
Raw
form.
form. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But even cooked, it's not going to solidify in your artery.
It just won't do it.
That's right. It stays fluid at human body temperature even when cooked.
So like the lard that my mom used to make, I think, was it from pork? It's been so many years ago, I don't remember. You know, they used to butcher pork and then they'd make home. So that type of fat is,
Well, they usually rendered that.
Get those little
is
crispy
it?
pieces.
I don't remember.
That's dangerous stuff because it's high in acrylamide.
It is.
Yeah.
So even pasteurized butter is better than cooking in whatever.
Absolutely. Unless it comes from a cow that's had a lot of hormones.
Right.
Because then you've got high IgG and it's likely to get brain tumors. You know, anything that comes from a regular supermarket is going to have a lot of hormones and chemicals in it. That's the industry. It's protecting itself. Not protecting you and your health, but it's protecting, they're protecting themselves and their profits, the product. So, all these things that we're supposed to be afraid of, don't be afraid of any of them anymore. In nature, they're very wonderful for you. They will help you get well quickly.
Thanks, Tom.
Take care.
You'd say fat cells are smaller.
Raw fat cells are very small. When you cook fat, the fat molecules swell 10 to 50 times their normal size. 10 to 50 times their normal size. Well, it's very easy. You look at popcorn, you've got a little grain, and when you pop it, it's just like a fat molecule once it's cooked. It swells. You look at rendered pig fat. You can start off with a little amount. By the time you're finished, you've got a substance this big.
Yeah.
And you take, you take a little strip of that and you boil it, and what happens? You take a little bitty amount like this, and you've got a whole big, crispy. What do you call those?
Like pork rinds?
Pork rinds. You've got huge pork rinds, and really that's 10% of what it was before it was cooked and boiled.
Well, the rind is something that is cooked, isn't it? If you skin it.
Well, that is cooked, yeah. But if you take that pig fat and you cook it in that method to where you have a pork rind, a crispy, fat, swollen little creature, chip-like, and that was really a very small piece of fat that was now swollen this big.
And the swelling came from the heat.
From the cooking, the type of the way you cooked it. Yeah. That's why I say 10 to 50 times their normal size when you cook fat. But always get the picture. A little bitty grain of corn going into a piece of popcorn. That's what happens.
What does the industry do then when they slaughter hogs? Is there anything that they don't eat? Nothing. Fat.
Absolutely everything. Now even vegetable juices. You can't get raw vegetable juices unless you go to a juice bar. You can never buy any raw juice now pre-packaged. In a health food store, in a regular supermarket, anywhere. They're all flash pasteurized or heavily pasteurized. FDA made that rule 2 years ago.
What's the temperature difference between flash and pasteurized?
It's the time, it's usually 171 degrees at 1-2 seconds.
How about vinegar?
if I answer all these questions,
Apple cider vinegar.
we're going to get into the question and answer period at the end.
Okay.
But we're going to get very sidetracked. We start taking these things that are not on the fact that we were talking about. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to talk about what foods do in our body. Now, the protein is very necessary to build tissue. We know that the fats to protect us, to give us the highest amount of energy, and to clean the body. Carbohydrates, part of that cleansing ability with the alcohols, and also helps utilize fat as fuel. The vegetable juice is to help us, give us our vitamins, enzymes, and mineral supplement. Now, there's one thing that I want to add to this is starch, even though it's really carbohydrate. Starches bind with certain types of neurological byproducts of hormones, neurological hormones, that cause us to get very unhappy in life or very crazy. Now, you'll notice that times when you're just angry at your mate or somebody, and they've done nothing, but you're angry at them. Okay? According to Elnora Van Winkle, a neuroscientist, she found that the body produces, when it builds a hormone during trauma or upset, it has byproducts just like any other process in the body has byproducts. They store just like any other in the body, and the body will detoxify those from time to time. She said when she, with her friends and her colleagues at the university, she would check their bloods and find those hormones high, those hormone byproducts high in the system. So what she did was, she said it was like, let's say your father slapped you and beat you, or a girlfriend, when she was a child. And then all of a sudden her body was cleaning that out 30 years later, 25 years later, and she's married with this husband, and this is the male element right now that she's angry at. And it's high in her blood, and she starts letting out all this anger at her mate when it should have been with the father. Of course, it was inappropriate, and she was unable to do it with her father. So she found as soon as those hormones decreased, all of that behavior ceased. If you want to know about that research in particular, you can put her name, Elnora Van Winkle, in a search engine and look for the biology of emotions. She wrote a very lengthy scientific paper and a layman's paper on it. And you can read both. The one that's scientific, that's academically based, has all the chemistry in it, the chemicals, the concentrations, all of that. I don't know if you'll get that. But the layman's term one is very easy, and it's only about 8 pages. I think I remember being 8 pages. And it's a very good observation on it. On this diet, when I first wrote We Want to Live, I had people eating a lot of cooked starch with a lot of raw fat because of that situation. And I couldn't find any place else to get, in my experiments, to get the starch to bind with those hormones, those hormonal byproducts. So, but since I wrote the book the first time, and that's 7 years before I rewrote it, and the second edition, which is now out, which if anybody got it, says Primal Diet on the cover, that's the latest edition. And I explain that in there, that if you have the nut formula, I found out that when I took nuts and I ground them till they became a flour, added butter or some other fat, and honey and egg with it, that particular starch attracted those hormonal byproducts very well. And just as a precautionary measure, have a nut formula once a week. If you're going through trauma that's not related to, even if it is related to something that's happening in your life now, having the nut formula every couple of days is a wise idea. And the formula for the nut formula is in the recipe book. So let's get into eating structure. So we know that meat allows you to rebuild cells. Fat helps helps with energy, healing, and protection and vitality. If you eat meat by itself, I've found in 99% of all the patients that I've worked with, that if you eat meat alone, you will not gain weight. You'll take weight off. And you'll keep taking weight off and taking weight off until you're too thin. So I recommend that everybody eat butter with their meat, no matter what kind of meat it is. Your body's going to burn if you eat the meats without the butter or some other fat. The body's going to burn. It's going to turn most of that protein into pyruvate, which is a protein sugar. And remember I was talking about that 15% of protein in the citric acid cycle? Well, in that citric acid cycle, that protein is mainly pyruvate. So that helps utilize the fat as fuel along with the citric acid or sugar. Or vitamin C. Either one of them. Any one of those three. So pyruvate is a protein sugar. And you will burn it. And that's an expensive way to burn your meat. Burn your meat as fuel. When you have to have 2.5 more energy per calorie in fat as opposed to meat or a carbohydrate. So, always eat butter with your meat. Yes, you can eat a little bit of cream, you could eat avocado, something like that. But butter is very easy to digest. The liver uses only 25% of the enzymes to make the bile to fractionate the fat molecules, as opposed to one has to eat cream or avocado or any oil. Those fats are very complex, and they require 2/3 to 3/4 more enzymes to digest them. Also, because the cream is so difficult to digest, a lot of times people aren't healthy enough to digest the meats with the cream on it. The cream coats it. And you'll see your feces come out looking like it has been pearlized. That way the cream has coated it, your body's not broken down the cream correctly, and the feces comes out with whole, sometimes completely whole and undigested meat chunks or fibers. So you'd have a little bit of cream, especially if it's involved with some other mixture like onion or garlic in a sauce. But very little cream, mostly butter. And I suggest you have at least 2 tablespoons of butter with each meat meal. Now let's take a look at the human body. When we wake up in the morning, kind of acidic. We find that the blood acid level, the urine level, could be even a 5.1 or a 5.0, which is very high. 5.5 and higher is usually a better ratio of acid. So if we have vegetable juice, the first thing in the morning, we're going to help neutralize some of that acidity in the system. Also, we're going to give ourselves lots of vitamins and enzymes and mineral supplements so that we begin digesting properly in the day. Now, you don't want a high carbohydrate food early in the morning, because if the carbohydrate level gets high, the body will make glycogen from carbohydrate. And if the body makes nerve and brain fuel, glycogen, from carbohydrates, there is a high AGE, advanced glycation end product, that results. That makes the blood, the neurological fluid, and the lymphatic fluid very sticky. Causes misfiring of synapse, which causes forgetfulness, lethargy of thinking, confusion, all kinds of problems. Also makes the body slow to move. It can get lethargy because the blood gets too sticky. Doesn't transport oxygen fast or quickly. Cells start sticking to each other as they pass in the bloodstream. So you don't want to eat anything high in carbohydrate. So that rules out in your vegetable juice high carrot juice. I didn't say high. I didn't say no. I said no high carrot juice. So you probably get away, if you're having 8 ounces of vegetable juice, you probably get away with 10% carrot in it, maximum. So the basic food to have, which is very low in carbohydrate, is celery juice. High in minerals, almost the exact same ratio in the blood as mineral balance as blood does. Plus, it has such a low carbohydrate content. Celery juice does not have enough. Celery does not have enough carbohydrate to digest itself. So it's a negative. So when you put parsley in it to help clean the blood, give yourself lots of vitamin E, vitamin D, chlorophyll, or comfrey, but hard to find comfrey, fresh comfrey. So cilantro causes a lot of mineral detoxification, heavy metal detoxification, so that's not the best one to use to get your chlorophyll. But any of the parsleys are very good for that. So let's say you have a juice that's 80% celery, 10 to 15% parsley, maybe 5% carrot. Pretty good balance of juice. Now in the recipe book, if you're wanting to detoxify heavy metals or other things, I suggest vegetable juices in there for that particular purpose. So then you go for the next meal. Again, we don't want anything high in carbohydrate because the body will decide and make all of its glycogen for the day within 7 hours after awakening from a long sleep period. So for the average person, it would be about noon. So the next thing you want to eat to make sure that the body makes a good glycogen, not from carbohydrate, but from pyruvate, you have to eat a meat meal. So you want a protein sugar. And when your body makes glycogen from pyruvate, it uses it with the help of glucagon. Columbia University found that when your body makes that as glycogen, it only produces 7 to 8% advanced glycation end product as a byproduct. 7 to 8%, we can handle 12% easily at a time. So there is absolutely no storage of AGE. But Columbia also found that if your body makes the glycogen from carbohydrate, that it produces 70 to 90% waste product of advanced glycation end product, And of that, 70 to 90% is storable for your lifetime. Unless you do a diet like this one, where you can help clean it out. So it means 70 to 80% of all the advanced glycation end product you produce stores in your body for a lifetime. So, eat a meat meal after your juice, about an hour later. Have your butter with it.
I'm sorry, you said an hour later after the meat meal?
After the vegetable juice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, an hour later you have your meat meal
Oh.
with some butter. Okay? That'll make sure you stay clear and focused. His preschool classmates. And all the children who are young on this diet excel exceptionally well. But those kids, there's usually no problem. They just eat the meat. They don't want all the sugar and garbage. For them, it's almost natural. It's easy. For us adults, it isn't easy to break all of our taste habits. In fact, most of the children on the diet like empty meat, they call it. It means no sauce, no nothing with it. They just like the first straight meat. And I've got lots of pictures of them just sitting there eating the big, huge steaks and strips of meat with all the fat on it. And for them, it's playful and fun, and it's healthy, and they know it. It's an exceptional way to do it. So then what you want to do is let 2 to 3 hours pass. The nervous system is going to be slightly off at this time, not because of the diet, but because of what your body has in it. So, time to have a milkshake to soothe the nerves. Cream is the only fat that I found that restructures and soothes the nervous system instantly. Butter won't do it. Avocado won't do it. Any other fat, cheese, none of them will do it. Cheese helps a little bit. But cream, even though it's difficult to digest, is made into a third of the varieties of cholesterols that are made that soothe and heal and fuel, or I should say, stabilize the nervous system. No other fat does it in my experiment with animals or humans, even though humans are an animal. So have cream, let's say a couple of ounces of cream. If you don't want to gain too much weight, then cut it down to 3 tablespoons rather than 4 of cream, with about 4 ounces of milk, 5 ounces of milk if you're a larger person, 1.5 tablespoons of honey, and depending upon your size, 1 to 5 eggs. Of course, the larger you are, the more of those ingredients you can have. The more weight you want to gain, the more of those ingredients you can have. Just raise them proportionally. Also consider that eggs are the most easily digested food in the world. Its fats and its proteins are all liquid. The amount of time that it takes the liver to digest those fats and the rest of in the intestinal tract to digest the proteins is 37 minutes maximum per egg. 37 minutes. Milk takes 5 to 6 hours. And it's liquid. But eggs take 37 minutes to just, that's maximum. That's slow. Some people digest in a matter of 12 minutes. If you eat eggs alone, it will cause weight loss. Also also cause some dry mouth, because what happens is it starts pulling poisons out of the brain. Starts dumping them out the mouth, the salivary glands, the tongue, and the gums. It rips all the fats out from this area, all around the mouth. So you aren't getting thirsty, you're getting delipidated in the mouth area. So you can take honey and coconut cream, let's say, 6 tablespoons of honey to 1 tablespoon of coconut cream is the mixture. Tastes very nice, and you put that in a thick layer over your lips. And you lick it off gradually. Do that about every 45 minutes, or even more if you like. No limit to it. And that'll keep you from feeling thirsty. Because if you go to the water, you're going to get more thirsty and dehydrated, but I'm going to get into water later.
Is coconut cream the same as oil?
No. Coconut cream is when you take the meat of the coconut, the mature, thick meat of the coconut, and you run it through the juicer and you separate the pulp from the cream, and it comes out a thick cream, white cream. It's like,
So it's liquefied coconut.
Correct.
It looks like milk or cream.
Yeah, it looks like just dairy. It looks like dairy cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christy does it at the house.
It's like dairy cream,
Try it
thick
sometime.
and heavy. Very different from oil. Oil has none of the water-soluble vitamins or fats. It's strictly oil and the fat-soluble vitamins. But the coconut cream has the whole gamut. That's what the structure of coconut is. 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. The best cleanser in the world. 50 years ago, every detergent, including laundry soap, had coconut in it. Coconut cream was a major part of the cleansing. If I want to use a cleanser, that's what I use, coconut cream. Cleans things just bright and shiny. Mostly on this diet, you just use warm water. You don't need anything. But a couple of weeks ago, I got a seal from an Alaskan friend who sent it down, and I slaughtered it. And, the fat got this thick in it. Delicious. Delicious, very heavy. And the meat's black. And it's very tender. And it tastes, the fat and the meat taste like cooked sirloin. And I used to love cooked sirloin. So this seal is delicious and raw. It tastes that way. But it was so oily, I needed the coconut cream to help me dissolve it. Now, why isn't coconut cream used in soaps anymore? Because you have to grow the palm trees, you have to cultivate these huge coconuts, you have to take all this husk to get to the nuts, then you have to break open the nut, then you have to get the meat out of it, then you have to grind it, then you have to separate in a juicer the pulp from the cream, and that's such a process. Industry has realized that they can make chemicals and get you to use them instead of natural substances. Not a very good thing to do. And if you want a body soap to use, I don't use any soap. I just use, good filtered water. But if you want to use a soap, just mix some coconut cream and some water, and let that be your soap. It will clean you very well. Don't leave it on too long, because it will really dry your skin. It'll really clean it too much. So, you can really get your skin dry if you do that. And if you do that, just take some either Primal Facial Body Care Cream that I have in the recipe book, or you can take some of that coconut cream and just rub it in very thinly over your body. Be slightly tacky at first. As it's absorbed, the stickiness goes away. Disappears. Unless you put it on too thickly. So coconut cream is very important as a cleanser in the body. It's not a fat like butter or dairy cream. It's mostly a cleansing fat. So after you have your milkshake mid-morning, about noon, another vegetable juice, because your body's going to start getting too acidic again. So then have another vegetable juice. Depending upon your size, start about 8 ounces and go up. 12, 16, whatever it is. Then after that, this is one time in the day to have fruit. You need 5% carbohydrate. You're getting carbohydrate in your milk. You're getting carbohydrate in your meat. You're getting it in a little bit in your juice. But here we can have our one concentrate of the day of fruit. But it was always best to have unripe fruit, so it's still low. But we need the carbohydrates to make the soaps with the alcohol, coconut cream at that time with that fruit to help it clean a lot quicker and a lot faster. If you have a digestive problem, severe digestive problem, this is time to have your custard with the papaya, the egg, coconut cream or butter or both, and honey. Let's say you've got severe lymphatic congestion, having about a half to 3/4 of a cup of unripe pineapple with about 3 ounces of coconut cream, about half a tablespoon of butter, and about a tablespoon of dairy cream. A little bit of honey, if you like, will help dissolve some of that lymphatic congestion.
The unripe pineapple is an important part of that.
Pineapple is a very important part. It doesn't have
unripe.
to be.
You said unripe.
Better unripe. It's always better unripe.
Because it's not so...
Pineapple
sugary.
creates more over-emotionality than any other fruit. Ripe pineapple creates more over-emotionality. You're having it with fat, so it's going to lower that tendency, but just to be on the safe side, it's better to be more unripe than ripe. So, like I said in the other book that is We Want to Live Primal Diet on it, I talk about lymphatic congestion in there. And I refer to lymphatic baths. And it's taking baths for an hour to an hour and a half at a time, drinking that mixture that I told you with the pineapple, the dairy cream, the coconut cream, and the butter, and honey if you like. Drink that before you get into the bath. The problem with a congested lymphatic system is that, remember, the lymph system feeds every cell in the body and it's responsible for removing all the waste. So if it's congested, you're not feeding your body properly, you're going to get aches and cramps, your gas is going to form, your tissues are going to get sore, you're not going to be able to transport oxygen, utilize oxygen in your body very well, you'll have lethargy, all kinds of problems will come from a congested lymphatic system. And that's usually a hardened system because of vegetable oils, all the margarine, and the other garbage that we've had for all these years. Remember, it solidifies at human body temperature. So we have to make ourselves an herbivore for about an hour and a half, 2 days a week. You get into water that's about 102 to 105 degrees. And you stay in after you drink that pineapple mixture. You get in that bath, or you drink it as soon as you get in the bath. Stay there for an hour and a half, because it takes it that long to get deep into the lymphatic system. Glands are deep into the system. It takes a while to get it, because the body's always trying to cool itself. So it's like 50 minutes before you get it deep enough into the lymphatic system where that system is heating, starting to melt some of the hardened lymphatic fluid.
Is that safe for everybody to do?
No,
Baths?
not a thin person.
Not a thin person.
No. cause a lot of problems with thinning. I always tell people to gain weight before they do that, unless it's an emergency situation, like in lupus or MS. Even though they're thin, I still might have them do it, but it's got to be a real controlled, situation.
So how do we know when we put on enough weight?
Should be at least 10 pounds overweight, absolute minimum. You have 10 pounds to go?
Well, I put on weight at first, but
Yes.
then it seems like some of it's come back off. I lost.
Well, you're going to do that because your body's going to take a lot of those, put a lot of poisons in that fat, and you're going to get rid of it. And then you get to put new on.
So you need to put the weight back on before you go back into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best to do that. So to free up that lymphatic system so you can feed your body and clean it properly, those baths are very important. Never do it closer than 3 days apart, because it takes 3 days to deal with all that toxicity. Because remember, that lymph system then has to take all that liquefied toxic fluid and neutralize it again, and then throw it out the skin. It's going to take 3 days to do that. Or you can do it every 4 days if you want. But every 3 to 4 days, no less than that. And this is the time of day in the afternoon is the best time to do that. In the afternoon between 1 and 4:30. Because if you cause a mass detoxification like that early in the day, what's it going to do? It's going to throw your whole day off. It's going to throw your glycogen off. It's not going to build the glycogen properly to fuel the brain and nervous system. And if you do it late in the day, you may be up all night.
So people that work 8 hours a day can't really do this.
Well, they do 1 day on weekend, and hopefully they can take an afternoon off. Make it some other time. Or they just do the hot bath once a week. On a weekend. 1 day a weekend. But if somebody has severe lymphatic congestion and it's blocking everything from getting well, they better take that afternoon off 1 day a week and make it up. By working maybe an hour each night for the other 4 days. So you get off about 1 o'clock, they go home and do it. Okay. And so your fruit meal is there some more time in mid-afternoon. Then, let's say about 5, 6 o'clock, another vegetable juice, should be a small amount, about maybe 4 ounces, 8 max, depending upon the size of the person. Remember, your body gets tired as you go throughout the day. It's also subjected to electrical toxins, radiation toxins like these fluorescent lights, and pollution, other air pollution. So your body is going to get drained and sluggish. So if you have too much vegetable juice, it's going to interfere with digestive ability for your last meat meal. So it's better to keep that vegetable juice at a small amount. Enough to do the job to give you more vitamins and enzymes and minerals, but not enough to interfere with digestion, the digestive juices in the stomach, because they are going to get less at this time of the day. Then an hour to 2 hours later, you have your second and last meat meal. Same as the first, anywhere from a cup to 3 cups twice a day. A cup and a third is about twice a day is about a pound. So a cup and a third is about a half a pound of meat. And I suggest that almost everybody eat a minimum of a pound. I eat from 1 to 3 pounds a day. I had 1.5 pounds of lamb this morning. It was delicious.
Was it good?
Oh yeah, a little tough, but it was delicious. He was an old guy?
No,
No?
not really.
No?
But they free range. They go all over our farm and they're not
Good.
conforming. So
Really good. It was tasty. Even though tough, it was tasty. The native tribes, tougher the meat, the better. That's what they say. Makes stronger cells. The filet mignon, they throw it to the dogs, call it dog food. So they won't eat it. Any of the 100 tribes won't eat the filet mignon. When I was with the Eskimos, they said, but you want your huskies to be tough. They said, well, we feed them bones, so it counteracts that. Humans can't eat enough bones. Eskimos are so tough, they sit there eating bones. They can eat bones at night. And they'll sit there and chew on, bones to us that, let's say, are about the size of my finger. They'll sit there and chew on bones. And they can, if I did that, all my teeth would break. Amazing.
Turn it off. Sorry.
So, cute little toot.
Sorry, I apologize. I just
okay.
thought,
Gave us a little musical break. Have your second and last meat meal again. Always have butter so you don't burn your fats. Always provide so you don't burn your meat, your protein. Always have fat with your meat so you don't burn your meat. Very expensive thing to do, and if you don't like the taste of meat a lot, that's a hell of a thing to do to it. When it's there to rebuild your body and regenerate cells. That's the only protein I've found that allows, in all my experiments with animals, including humans, that increases cellular regeneration. Meaning cellular division. New cells. It increases the amount of cellular production. Every other protein that I utilized in experiments did not create an increase. But raw meats, yes, of any type. And I found that with the white meats, except of the eye, they help regenerate nerve tissue and abdominal structure and connective tissue and skin more so than red meats do. Red meats created a lot more cellular reproduction in the muscle and the dark glands and the blood.
You said the white and the meat. What does the eyes then?
The eyes, red meat for some reason.
Oh.
You'd think theoretically, because the eye is not as, eye is a big muscle, yes, but it's not of the same nature as the rest of the muscles. They're not red, they're white, and there's a lot of nerve structures in the eye, more so than any other part of the body except the brain. Yet, in my experiments with people with blurry vision and problems, that I could give them tons of white meat all day long, and it would not change the focus or the clarity of vision, or even the soothing of the eye. But when they ate red meat with a little cream, even without cream, but with a little cream helped it. And we're talking about a tiny bit of cream. When they ate red meat, focus and vision would improve within an hour of eating the red meat. So theoretically, it should be the white meat, but not empirically. Like I say, I don't use anything in my work that has not been empirically proven to me. So it's not just theory. I don't put anything that's just theory in my books unless I state it so. Everything else has been from experience, and it works. Okay, so after that, of course, you're going to get a little acidic. You're getting ready to go to sleep. You want to have a good night's sleep, so you have another milkshake. So you put a little extra cream in it, so you sleep nicely. And you want to go to sleep right away and very relaxed. Warm it like you do for a baby. Put it in a jar, Immerse it in a bowl of hot water, not hot enough to burn your hand, after it's in it for about 3 seconds, but it could be pretty hot. And just let it sit in there until it gets warm and drink it. Now, if the body goes 5 hours without eating, the red blood cells become cannibalistic. I don't care if you were 700 pounds. The protein level bottoms in the bloodstream after 5 hours. Sometimes in some people, if they're thin, it can even happen in 4 hours and 15 minutes. But it's usually 5 hours. So if red blood cells start eating each other, high contamination in our systems. So let's say you sleep 8-10 hours and you wake up the next day as if you hadn't slept any, and you go for coffee or soda or some caffeine to pump you up. It's because your red blood cells have been eating each other and it's highly contaminated your system. There's still no good protein in there except ketones, which are almost waste products from having eaten themselves. Because what the body is doing is basically red blood cells need protein. They can't find it in the blood; it's not in their system, so they start eating each other to get the protein, and you end up with a high ketone rate. Not a bad thing if you were healthy. If you're not healthy, those particular ketones are very acrid and create a lot of lethargy in the system. So you have to wake up during the night and eat something with protein in it, whether it's an egg. Let's say you make a milkshake at night and you're overweight, you don't need any more weight. Only drink half the milkshake then, the other half sometime during the night. Or drink a little milk. Something that has some protein in it. No fruit, no vegetable juice.
Kefir?
Kefir is fine. Kefir is very good, even better than milk. Kefir and yogurt or milk is milk that's been pre-digested by the bacteria naturally that's in the milk or by some added grain. Kefir grain or yogurt grain. So pre-digested milk is always preferable since we don't have great digestion to begin with.
Better than fresh, right? Is that what you're saying?
Always.
But for children, fresh is better? For infants?
Oh, for infants? Yeah.
Fresh is, okay.
Yeah. Or it could be, it needs to be warm,
Sure.
always.
What about fresh milk? Milk
Right from the
cow,
teat?
fresh?
Oh, wonderful. That's the best thing for anybody. Because once you refrigerate milk, the natural growth hormones that occur in the milk are absolutely neutralized. They're present, but they're neutralized.
So if I think you told us 60 degrees, or is it 70 degrees? If it drops, say we...
70.
Okay, 70 degrees.
Yeah.
So if I milked that night and had that setting, never refrigerated it...
And your house was warm enough?
Right.
70. Most people keep their house at 68, but if you keep it at 70 for the milk, that's good. Or have an area in your house that's warmer.
Right. Okay. And then, but for Crohn's disease people, is that still okay? No.
No, you need it fresher. Yeah.
Fresh is fine.
Warmer.
Yeah. Okay. Sooner after the cow
right.
milk. Okay.
So you want to eat, some people, if they set the alarm for 5 hours and eat something, they can't go back to sleep. So you set your alarm for 3 hours. You wake, you eat something, you go back to sleep, you have 5 hours to sleep then. So just find out what works for you. Somebody like to sleep 4 hours and sleep 4 hours. Eat and sleep 4 hours. Just figure out what works for you. Just don't go 5 hours without eating at any time of the day. Nighttime is your worst. Let me give you an example. This fellow in Nevada City was producing these for me every year. This is the 3rd year. And he came up to me and said, Aajonus, I just don't have any energy still, until 10, 11 o'clock, sometimes even noon, but mainly 10 or 11 o'clock. And I just don't understand it. After that, I just got so much energy. And this was a guy who was only 46 years old that was walking like this. He'd been a vegetarian for 18 years. This was the way he walked. Of course, he had the spinal problems that a lot of the long-term vegetarians have. Oh, by the way, 50% of my cancer patients are long-term vegetarians. Yeah. Well, take a look. If you really want to take a look at it, take a look at Linda McCartney. How long did she say, I'm a vegetarian, I will never have cancer because I'm a vegetarian? And she died of a very aggressive breast cancer. Very tragic in her life. What a shock it was for her to get cancer. She was convinced, and she told the whole world with all of her money everywhere that she would never get cancer because she was a vegetarian. It's not true. Not true at all. All right, I think it's time for a break. I'm not even going to finish that thought because I'm getting very hungry. So we're going to take a break here in about 10-15 minutes so everybody can empty their bladders or bowels or whatever.
Well, I'll get a drink out of that bottle that you've got.
I need to suck some eggs.
I have some raw cheese and raw honey on a plate out there if anybody's interested.
Oh, great.
Raw cheese and raw honey. Bob, do you want to drink a milk? I can have some extra.
You know, 80% grain and 10% vegetables. And that's the way they rule. You keep the minds confused.
Can you look
The
up
lackeys.
Masons on the internet? Did you find anything?
Oh yes, you'll find a lot about the Freemasons. I think there's some Masonic. Yeah.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. The Masonic people? The lodge?
What are they doing?
They wanted me to suppress all this information and just work with them. They offered me millions and millions of dollars to do it.
Thank you for liking us little people.
Well, see, they don't understand that I learned a long time that a lot of money doesn't make me any happier. You know, so relieving pain and suffering like I went through makes me happy. You know, so I'm not going to give it to them exclusively.
Did you ever read The Biggest Secret?
Oh, I know David Deacon. I met him at some health conventions, New Age conventions. But I understand he talks about stuff like that. Yeah.
The Brotherhood. What do you do when you go to Thailand?
About?
It's made a difference.
Do you have a clinic there?
No, I'm going to build one. So I've been looking for it. But I've got patients in Australia, Singapore, lots of Chinese in Singapore. And all over. It's catching all over now. So. And I'm not doing any advertising. So it's just word of mouth.
Oh, we advertise for you.
Yeah, that's it. But that's because it works. And that's the way only anything should be ever sold. You know, the pharmaceutical industry should never be allowed to put any commercial on TV.
Isn't that awful? Every commercial is pharmaceutical.
That's right.
Every single one.
And in Asia, it's the same way.
It's really, really bad.
It's
worse.
everywhere. Everywhere in the world.
It's bad.
Do you know that in Asia, where they live in huts, and they don't have they make 5 cents a day, or 50 cents a day, but it would cost them about $2 in electricity a day. They don't pay it. Who's funding them? Who pays for their television to be in these grass huts? And who's paying for the electricity? General Electric, the U.S. government, the British government, and big pharmaceuticals are paying for this, and they're just indoctrinating them. They have twice as more commercials than we have. And 80% of them are pharmaceuticals and junk food.
Who owns the 5 and 65 news? What are those commercials? They're all pharmaceutical.
Oh, yeah, the people that, yeah. I used to price commercials.
I hate it.
So now they're opening a Coca-Cola factory and I understand just what they need.
Okay. How do you get, what's raw, what's unripe pineapple? Is that when it's totally green on the
It's
outside?
green as hard as can be. It's white inside rather
Doesn't
than
taste
yellow.
good, you know.
White?
White inside and rather than yellow.
Or whiter. Not all juicy and sugary.
Did you hear what
Tough and white.
Blue Cross Blue Shield has done?
No.
They have already okayed 100
It's bad.
hospitals
It's really bad.
overseas. And they're planning on sending people there for surgery.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they just said Asia or just overseas, but
Do you have catastrophic insurance?
Pardon?
Do you just have a super high deductible insurance? Do you have any insurance?
I don't have any insurance.
I didn't even. I shouldn't even.
Just on my auto. Just an auto.
Because you have to.
Because I have to.
Cucumbers and
Oh, you have
No, I like auto insurance, health insurance, because, you know, you get de-limbed or something. You know,
Right.
that's when I go to the medical profession.
You have to. I mean, there's that medical emergency.
I had my first medical emergency when I was in Thailand, and this kid, without his lights on, ran a stop sign and hit a broadside. And I was in a new Isuzu. It was 2.5 years ago. I was in a brand new Isuzu, and I was in the third set of seats. We flipped over. My head went through, the harness. I was on this seat, and the real estate agent, I was looking for property, build a clinic on. And the real estate agent was sitting here. She was sitting forward talking to the driver. It was 2 sets of seats away. And of course, my harness is this way, so when the guy hit us from this side, harness didn't hold me, and my head went through the windshield, the side window here, and we flipped over 3 times. So it broke my clavicle, collarbone, and 2 ribs. And when I awakened, which is probably about 40 minutes after the accident, the SUV is upside down, and I'm lying on the ceiling, and the real estate agent is lying across me, bleeding from her head, and I'm bleeding from the head. And I'm in excruciating pain. And there's this guy out here with a jackhammer beating the other passenger door, trying to open it to get us out. And the other one's open. Not all the way, but it's open. So from that side, they're dragging out. This other guy's not paying any attention what the other side is doing. So he couldn't jackhammer the door open, so he gets a fire hatchet. My head is this far from that glass window. That plexiglass window. And he's about to take this thing and shatter it, I just, I have my legs, I'm dragging myself off the roof until the door to get out. And when I hit everything went time was everywhere. It was like one of those nightmares. I was in such pain, so I went to the hospital, and on a gurney they had me strapped down and everything, excruciating pain all in through here. So I thought that I was out of place. I thought I was going to have these bones put back in place, because I could feel, that one of the bones had cut me, not the artery itself, but it cut in through here, because it had punctured right through here. And when I got to the hospital, I knew that I had to get off that gurney, because when I was going to tell them no medication, no nothing, they were going to think, oh, this guy's got a head injury. So, I got all the glass out, and I got the blood away from that area. I had long hair, so I put the hair over it, to hide it. And then there were so many people there. We had 6 people in our vehicle, plus 2 in the other car that hit us. Plus, this is in a little Ubon Ratchathani, Thailand, a small town. And it just happened at 1:30 in the morning, there was another car accident. So they had another car accident, a group of people in there as well as us. So this tiny little hospital was overloaded, thank God for me. So I got one of the interns to get me in a wheelchair. And that was a great relief because then I could put this arm, I was able to put this arm up on the arm of the wheelchair, and it took a lot of the pressure off of here and here. So it felt a lot better. And I got my composure together because on the whole time in the ambulance going to the hospital, I was in and out of time. I couldn't keep anything focused anywhere. But when I knew I got to the hospital, I had to be settled. So by the time I got in the wheelchair, I was focused. And I was in so much pain, I thought that I was out here. And it was swelling fast and very bruised here and here. The whole arm was bruised down to here. And I said, you get 2 x-rays. You get one from the back and you get one from the side. And that's it. 2 x-rays. Make them count. So everything had popped right back into place. It just scratched the jugular vein and didn't cut it. So I was lucky there. So I didn't have to have any medical anything. And they were so busy they didn't, with everybody, that they didn't take care of every problem that everybody had. They only asked us what we have wrong. Of course, I didn't mention my head. Not at all. So that was a tough one. Then I had my next medical emergency about 2.5 months ago. Ever since I was an infant, I had very slow, light urinary flow. So when I'd go to the toilet, I remember with my mother, when I first started using the toilets in the ladies' room, Mother would take me, I'd go in there, and she'd hold me up, and it'd take me 2 to 3 minutes to start urinating, and then a good 2 minutes to urinate, because it would be just such a light stream. It's always been that way my whole life. So my mother would say, hurry up, hurry up. So it was always, slapping me on the back or something like that. So she trained me never to completely empty. Just take the pressure off and then stop urinating. So all of a sudden, 2.5 months ago, I started, every time I got into a plane, I started having blood. A few drops of blood come out after the urine. I thought, I've got a problem here. So then another week later, I had to lift my leg like a dog to be able to pee, but then it was always like always, 2 to 3 minutes to start urinating, and then 2 to 3 minutes to finish the urination, all the way to the end. So when it got that bad, it started getting very painful in the penis. And there's nothing wrong with my penis. There was no bruising. I had sex, nothing. So I went to a urologist that would do ultrasound and no x-rays. So took a look at there. I had a stone this long and this big around in there. And he said he had never seen a stone that big. And he said, do you always clear your urine? I said, not since I was an infant. When I had diapers and I was able to pee for as long as it took, and that was probably when I was 2 years old. So he said, well, if you don't completely empty, you're going to have stones created, so you have to do that. And I said, well, I do it now, and I always do it now. I empty it and evacuate, but, as far as that stone, I don't know how long that's been. He said, that stone must have been there a long time, because your bladder wall is this thick, and it should only be this thick. So that stone had been growing over 56 years. He said it would take him about 35 to 40 minutes to blast it out of my system. It took him 2 hours.
To sonic.
Yeah, I wouldn't let him cut me.
Right.
So he upped my small penis compared to the big things that they take these big pipes and they put that all the way up in there and run 4 tubes up in there. One's a camera to watch what's going on. One's a laser blaster. One's a water jet, and the other's a vacuum hose, just like you have when you're getting dental work done. And that whole process has to go up the penis. Jesus. I said, I'm glad I'm going out for this. So I did take medication
So you did
to
take
go
medication
under
for
it.
that?
Oh yeah, I went
You,
under
there's
for
no
that.
worse than
Well, I know, but
I went under for
you
that.
didn't take any
No.
time.
No, I went
Man,
under
you're-
for that.
And here we thought you were so tough.
No. I've had 8 hours of dental drilling with not a thing,
Right.
but the penis is different. So
Sounds like something they torture you with.
yeah, so sure, it took him 2 hours to blast it. He said the center was completely black. So I said, before I went under, I said, I want you to save some of that fluid because I want to test it. He said, oh, we're going to do a test. I said, no, you're going to do a biological test to see that I have cancer in there. I want to know what that stone is made of. And most of that stone was thimerosal from vaccines. All those tetanus shots and vaccines when I was a child. The whole center.
Oh my. You weren't
So-
having any pain with that?
Pardon?
You weren't having any pain with that stone in there?
Not until that week. And then this happened, the pain started on a Thursday night. Started getting intense on the Friday. And on the weekend, I had to lift to go to the toilet, so I knew something was blocking in there. But I thought, oh, do I have cancer again? How am I going to get through this one without help? So I thought, well, if he has to go in there and cut out a tumor, he has to go in and cut out a tumor. So when it blocks the system, I would go for help. So I found out it was a stone. Been there for 56 years. So I spent $11,000 on that surgery.
So if it was cancer, you would let them cut it out?
If it's blocking my ability to urinate or defecate or breathe, I suggest people go for surgery, absolutely.
Okay.
If it's blocking something that's important.
Okay.
And he's a surgeon's nightmare too.
Oh yeah, they said, are you allergic to anything? I said,
Yes.
absolutely everything. Everything but your anesthetic. I did, that's what I said. I said, everything but your anesthetic. I'm allergic to any injected antibiotic, so you're going to have to give it to me orally. Do I take them?
No.
But they think I do. So he gave me these oral antibiotics. I was taking the morning before, and the night before the surgery. Of course, I didn't take them. They went right in the garbage can. And, I was supposed to take this whole big prescription for, like 30 days after. Because when he did it, he also found that when he did the ultrasound, that my urethra through the tract of the prostate gland never developed beyond infancy. So that's why it took me so long to urinate. So it was very tiny, narrow stream like a baby, So he cut it out, cut a huge section into that and the prostate to allow me. So now I pee like a horse. I have a problem with erection now and ejaculation. But hopefully that'll heal. If not, sex is out the window. What can I say? That's, so I did, if I paid insurance $2,000 a year, all these years, it would have cost me more than the $11,000. So,
We just want something for catastrophic. Something with a huge deductible.
And if it's catastrophic, it'll have to happen in an accident, and then I'll be covered. Automobile. Okay, so what I was starting to say before we ended that one was this fellow said, I can't get going, before 10:30, 11 o'clock, sometimes noon. And I said, John, how many times you've heard me in 2 or even 3 somewhere else when you came to a workshop at somewhere else? And how many times have I said you don't go 5 hours without eating? Are you eating in the night? No. Tonight, do that. Do that tonight and see what happens. So he did. He set an alarm, woke up during the night, ate, back to sleep, woke up in the morning with all the energy in the world. Just that one little frick. He did the diet 100%, to the letter, everything, for 3 years. But he didn't do that one thing, and that was the thing for him that made the difference. So, all right. Now let's talk about water. What is water? If you look at an archaeological book, under solvents, it's the first item. Water is a solvent. It is not a nutrient. It is a solvent. What happens when it rains?
It erodes.
Dissolves the rock. It causes fungus, molds, rust is a fungus. It breaks down rocks so plants can eat. So what happens if you drink water? It's going to start leaching and ripping your intestinal tract apart. 50 years ago, when I was in grade school, you never heard of anybody talking about you drinking water. You went to the water fountain at school and you had 2 or 3 sips a day. Nobody talked about drinking water. You drank your milk, you ate, an apple, and you had maybe some soda pop if your parents let you have that, but mostly it was just milk or lemonade or something like that. And that's all you had. Very little fluid did you drink. When did it came out to drink 8 glasses of water a day? Remember?
Yeah, I did it for a while.
Yeah, 1960s, when they started bottling water.
There you go.
Then it was drink 8 glasses a day. Take a look at, did anybody see the rabbit-proof fence? About these 2 half-breed Aborigine girls, sisters, that are locked by these British fascists who think that these mulatto children will be better off taken from their parents and put in a school, a British school, that treats them very impartially and uncompassionately, taken away from their very loving parents. These 2 children run away with another one. They travel 1,700 miles in the desert and never drink a drop of water. They pull a root out of the ground, they grate it, they wring it, they drink vegetable juice. And only a little bit. They know what happens. If you live like an Aborigine in the desert, the more water you have, the worse you will get. So they don't do it. There was another movie, Walkabout, from late 60s, that showed the same thing. These 2 British children, teenagers, get caught in the Aboriginal desert in Australia, and this Aborigine teenager or boy gets them through hundreds of miles with no water. And once the 2 British people got so crazy about getting water, he showed them, he took a long tube of a reed and stuck it into a certain part of the ground, and they were able to get water out. But the Aborigine didn't drink it. He just took the vegetable, grated it, and wrung the juice, and that's all he would eat. Water causes dehydration. Just what they tell you to take it for. Water leaches. It's a solvent. It dissolves your body. Now, some of us are so toxic that we need some of that solvent. But don't drink a lot. In the fall and winter, temperatures like this, I don't drink a bit of water. Not a drop of water. I have my vegetable juice and I have my milk. Drink up to half a gallon of milk a day. Gets too cold, I'm down to a quart because I want my body to stay warm. If I drink too much fluid, the blood gets too thin and I get too cold. So I'm careful. So I can stand out there with this t-shirt on and not even feel it. And it was cold out there. When I was picked up at the airport yesterday, I came in like this. And I had that jacket, just in case, that shirt, heavy shirt, put on, and I was warm. You know, if I thin my blood a lot, I'll be frightfully cold, joint cold, and I don't want that.
So fluids thin your blood?
Fluids thin your blood. Okay?
All fluids or just water?
All
No,
fluids will.
Because he said
Vegetable
no.
juice?
But water does it the worst, you know. The vegetable juices and milk will still thin your blood. Milk the least, vegetable juices more, and water the most.
What about when you're working outside in the summertime? It's 110 degrees and humidity's through the roof, and
It's better to drink anything that has nutrients, and drink a lot of milk and a
the
lot
more
of
water
juices.
I drink, the more water I want.
That's it. It's a trap.
Yeah.
When I was bicycling all over the country, I was drinking 2 gallons of water a day.
Yeah, but the other thing is when it's that hot out, you really don't urinate either. You can drink that much,
Yeah.
and it's just
Because you're
pouring
perspiring.
out of you.
Yeah.
So that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not to really drink that. Your choice of drinking would be milk or
Tomatoes blended with some...
cucumbers or something blended.
Yeah.
Something with fluid
This
in
is really interesting because I was under the assumption too. 8 glasses of, water, and I tried to do that, and my stomach would just feel almost sick.
It would, because you're just dissolving your digestive abilities in your
That is
intestinal
really
walls,
interesting.
and you're thinning your mucus. And you're setting yourself up for ulcers. But see, industry doesn't give a shit about you. They want to sell bottled water. And the sicker you get, the more money they make. The sicker you get, the less you're likely to cause trouble for the government. Because you've got your children, you've got your family, you've got your job, and you're sick too. How are you going to take care of the government? How are you going to stop the government from doing whatever they want? And the government is run by big industry. The banks, chemical industries now. So they keep you subservient. Get healthy and well, then you'll be like me. And what did I do? I stopped them from taking raw milk away from us in California. They had outlawed milk, and I took every day, every time that they had a medical milk. Can you imagine the irony of that, or the misnomer? Medical Milk Commission. That was called Los Angeles County Medical Milk Commissioners, and they had 5 MDs and 1 doctor veterinarian in that group. And 3 of them were viciously anti-raw milk. Thought it was contamination. For 3 years, at every commissioner's meeting, once a month for 3 years, everyone but one, I attended with either an MD or a doctor or a veterinarian or a dentist or a farmer, a dairy farmer, who had experience with raw milk. And even Paul Fleiss came. Paul Fleiss, Heidi Fleiss's father, who's a pediatrician. For 40 years, he sold all of his children to his parents to feed their children raw milk. All of these very credible people from universities, speak before these guys. And they would not listen. They just kept making the restrictions on raw milk so difficult that it would never pass inspection, and it bankrupt Stubbe's Dairy, which used to be Altadena. Bankrupt them. So we lost our milk. So I said, okay guys, you want to play hardball? I'll play hardball. So I went in, did all the research, did a 32-page report with 20 pages of exhibits. And I took it to their bosses, which was the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. You're talking about the largest county in the United States, the strongest, most politically influential county, health department and county in the United States. And I went to there with this, and I drummed them with it, and I hit their health deputies 3 months. I was hitting them every day, weekly, about this. And they kept saying, no, raw milk's a problem. If it hurts one child, we're not going to allow it. I said, that's bullshit. You got the cars out there killing children every day, and you're letting cars on the street. You know. Anyway, I'm going to prove you isn't. So I wrote this milk report that shows that all epidemics from dairy had come from pasteurized dairy. They were even cited on CDC. All of those that they blamed on raw milk were just a few incidences, and it was all statistical, it was all survey. Somebody got sick, hospital or doctor reported it, the health department called that family and said, do you have raw milk in your house? Yes. Raw milk did it. That's how they made those surveys. That's how they determined that raw milk was the problem. No scientific testing. So when it came before the Board of Supervisors, the day before the vote, on a Monday, it was 4 against, 1 no. So I called two ex-senators, one with the federal, was a federal senator from California, and one was a state California senator. The senators both had retired. And they agreed to personally go in and hand my document. I also wrote a 3-page executive summary when I studied law pretty heavily. And I've gotten the city of Los Angeles, and even the police department in federal court. And I did it myself. So I wrote this 3-page summary, got 2 attorneys on the dais to sign it, as that they were presenting it. And then I said, you will be, if you outlaw raw milk the way it's done, and you don't allow raw milk to have the same regulations as pasteurized milk, we're going to have a lawsuit against you and all the people who faxed you for the last week, and we shut their offices down for 10 days. They were being faxed 24 hours a day and called 24 hours a day. We literally shut their offices down and caused them to back up for 10 days. So they knew we meant business. So they read my report and my 3-page summary, and guess what the vote was the next day? 4-4, 1 against. And when they started asking questions of the chief of the health department, well, they wrote a letter stating that raw milk is a problem, and here's the the children that it's harmed or killed. And I showed in one incident that this little girl had died of drowning. She drowned. In autopsy, they found a lot of salmonella in her stomach. Health department got the report. They called the family, said, do you have raw milk in your family? Yes, the family drinks raw milk. So raw milk got the blame for the death. Went back to the family, and I said, yeah, you drank raw milk. Was the girl sick? Was anybody else sick? Anybody else get a problem? Because if it affected her and it was the milk, it would have had to contaminate everybody in the family. There's no 2 ways about this. They said, well, not only that, she was the only one in the family who wouldn't drink the raw milk. She didn't like milk. She wouldn't drink pasteurized milk. So I took that documentation in to the Board of Supervisors and put that in my report. So when the health department was coming up to testify, and the CDC flew in, all the way from Atlanta, the CDC flew in to testify in favor of, outlawing raw milk. When the Board of Supervisors, the mayor of the supervisors, that's what they call that guy, not the chief or the board member, but they call him the mayor. And he said, we've had raw milk, and he's baiting them just to see, because how it would go in a court of law is how he needs to know whether they're going to win a suit or lose a suit. So he asked this chief, and I got the previous guy fired who wrote that letter about that little girl dying of that milk in every other instance, and counterbalanced it with the truth. So that guy was fired 2 weeks before, because that set him up for a lawsuit already. Then the acting chief came up, the head of the Los Angeles County Medical Health Department, and the mayor says, we've had raw milk for all these years. What's the problem, Anything we did wrong? Just setting it up. The guy babbled, didn't get a sentence out in 45 seconds. You should have seen the faces of all the Board of Supervisors. They knew they were in trouble. So then all of the other supervisors started bombarding them with questions to the same kind that would go in a courtroom. And the mayor called his health deputy over, whispered to her, came out to me in the audience way out there, and said, they're going to vote in favor of the raw milk. Do you have to be heard? I said, I don't care. I don't have to be heard if I know you're going to vote in favor. And they voted in favor. So now we have raw milk in California with no more restrictions than that of pasteurized milk, which is basically almost none.
But isn't it sad that you had to be a thorn in their side to get it done?
Yeah, but that's the way it goes.
How do you get like the state of Iowa to change?
Pardon?
How do you get the state of Iowa to
become a
change
thorn
when
in
you're
their
just
side.
a little person?
You have to get a group of people, like, they
Me.
tried in Michigan,
Right.
and they just tried in Indiana. Let me tell you, we had closed their offices down. We closed their offices for 1 week, and guess who backed off? Even the FDA backed off. Because the state of Michigan was called the Indiana people, Department of Indiana, and the FDA all came bombarding. And I said, everybody shut up, you let me handle this. Nobody lets any of those guys on the property without a search warrant. Nobody says a thing to them. Because you're under contract with me, because I have right to choose healthy food, which protects them. We have a contract that then their milk, they don't own their milk. We own their herd. We're leasing it. We, the members of Right to Choose Healthy Food, and those little club co-ops that we have that are branches of it all over the United States, own that milk. That farmer doesn't own it. So the farmer has no right. He's not selling that milk. So he can never be charged with selling the milk, whether he takes it over state lines and delivers it to the owners of the milk or not. So it stopped them in quite a few places. It stopped them in Pennsylvania 3 months ago. And I wrote legal documents, one 62 pages and the other 9 pages, and sent it with the Amish farmers to court. When they read that was it. They just backed off.
Yeah,
We're not going to do anything.
Your ducks are in a row.
Yeah. So that was it. So, I've got them running with their tail behind their legs. But you have to do this. Sally Fallon, I wrote a letter for everybody to send a fax in, to jam up the machine. Sally Fallon says, be nice.
What?
You cannot be nice. You didn't get that email from her?
No, not from Sally. I didn't.
Yeah, from Sally. Directly from Sally. You be nice to these people. She doesn't know. She only knows that raw milk is good. She has no idea of the political process and what it takes. You can't be nice to these guys. I have to be nice, and I have to be very formal and legally, because I have to go face a judge, and I have to be that. But the individuals don't want to be nice. You want to show your emotion, that they know that you're temperamental about this, and they're going to listen to you. You jam up their machines. Their offices don't work for 24 hours for a whole week. They are going to get upset, and they're going to pay attention. So that's what we have to do. And if I send out an email to help me out, that's what I need you to do. I need you to fax.
Well, you don't
Same
have a
place
fax.
every day.
Is there any other way?
You can do it through your email. You
Yeah,
can fax
you can
through
do
your
it.
email, through your computer.
There's
You just-
a fax on probably on your
You got
phone.
Windows?
Yeah.
Okay, it has, when you choose printer, you choose the fax. You'll fax it right from your computer to their number.
Look at that.
Yeah. And if that isn't set up, you just go into your add and subtract programs, you go to your window choices, add or remove window programs, and it'll give you the fax modem
Okay.
choice there. You just
Check it out.
check that one and it'll be loaded. Then you go to your printer for that document, you choose fax, it will take you through the process.
Okay.
That's how I send mine.
Okay.
Is
Very
there
easy.
any bad raw milk?
Pardon?
Bad raw milk, is there any?
No such thing.
No such thing as bad raw milk?
Raw food never putrefies. Only cooked food putrefies. It just turns into cheese.
So a farmer who's not clean, can that milk get contaminated?
Absolutely.
And that's
There
what
is
you're
a
saying
there
that's-
is a John Hopkins University cum laude graduate wrote a paper that accompanied mine. It was called The Medical History of Milk. It should have been medical history of raw milk. I changed it to the title to it. But it shows that children who were fed high bacterial milk got well quicker. That had feces and stuff in it, got healthier and stronger. Had 3 million parts of bacteria per million. 300,000 per million parts.
Long, right?
Pardon?
I mean, it just has, it's not a tolerable taste after a while, right?
Children don't mind it. Infants don't mind it. The one that was 5 years old that joined, that joined 4th grade this year, he grew up eating half buffalo liver and half milk. That's all he ever drank. Cut a huge hole in the nipple of his bottle, and he still drinks that today. Half buffalo liver and half milk. Not tasty stuff, but he loves it. Just loves it.
Doesn't the liver filter all the toxins through the body?
No, liver filters the toxins out of the body.
Filters it out. Isn't there anything that resides in the liver that...
Liver is mainly a protein body. It's not a fat body.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Liver is the most concentrated protein of anywhere else in the body except the heart.
So
When you
there's
say
no
organic-
toxic substance in the liver that could be...
Very
When
little.
you said you need to have organic liver,
Lots of bile.
why do you say organic liver then, if you're going to have liver?
Well, if you get taking it from an animal that's got a lot of chemicals in it, then it may go to the hormones and it may go to the liver. Because, hormones have a propensity to be protein and fat-based.
Okay.
So, hormones will store in the liver.
Okay.
Boy, that she got off the track, didn't it? So water. Don't want to drink much water. You want to drink milk. You just have to understand. Honey. How much water is this in honey? 86%.
Really?
How much water is in milk?
A lot.
82%. How much water is in meat? 55%. Every bit of it, as long as this food's not cooked, every bit of that H2O is 100% cellularly absorbable. In water, how much is absorbable? 10%. How much dehydrates a cell? All 10%. So it's like you said, the more water you drink, the more you want. Make a mixture if you're out there working outside, working out, running, whatever it is. Blend some tomatoes, and maybe 3 cups of tomatoes with a half a cup of lemon juice, 2 to 3 ounces of raw cream, maybe a couple tablespoons of coconut cream, a couple ounces of honey. Blend that all together, and you've got a great drink. Hydrate you.
Christy was doing all that minus the tomato. She was doing like lemon,
Yeah.
It was cream, lemon, and lime.
honey, and she'd do a little bit of mineral water,
Yeah.
that natural carbonated mineral water.
I could have kind of demineralized the body. She'd have to eat cheese if you're going to drink very much of that.
Yeah, that's why she put a lot of cream in it. Well,
But still will demineralize.
yeah.
Cream doesn't have a lot of... In fact, cream will cause demineralization if you have a lot of it. And that's how we come to cheese. Cheese is a very important factor. It's funny. Milk, in all of its different relationships or different categories or different separations, will do so many different things. And in different combinations, they will do different things. So when cheese is a dried milk product. It has no bioactive enzymes, even though it's raw. Any dehydrated food has no bioactive enzymes. So what does your body have to do? Just like cooked food, it's going to have to leach enzymes from itself or other foods and trade off. However, it'll be minimal compared to cooked food. Because in the cooked food, you have toxic substances, whereas in the raw cheeses, you will not unless you have salt in it. So, what does cheese do then? If you eat cheese with any other food, or by itself, it acts as a magnet. As your lymph, blood, neurological fluid, those systems travel through your intestinal tract, all of your digestive system, even from the esophagus down, cheese will act as a magnet. Pull heavy metal and toxins, mineral-related toxins. Remember, the body always uses minerals to bind with the poisons first and then attach to fats.
Say that one more time.
The body will always use minerals, especially calcium, to bind with toxins before it goes into fat. So it attaches it to neutralizers. So it's like, let's say you have a molecule of thallium or mercury traveling. The body will use a combination of minerals to surround it, to lock it in so it doesn't cause damage. Most of that will be calcium. Usually 75% of that mass that will be protected will be calcium. So, cheese is full of free calcium once it's dehydrated. Because you're not going to digest the proteins very well because the enzymes aren't present, nor the fats. Not in much milk sugar left because that went with most of the way. And just evaporates and breaks down into other things that aren't sugar because your molds, because cheese is made with mold. It's a fungus. That's how you make cheeses, with various fungus. That's why good cheesemakers find a cave that has a certain kind of mold in it that makes a certain flavor, a certain kind of cheese. So this mold breaks down the sugars, so you don't have any sugars there. So the body doesn't have to deal with that. But it acts like a magnet first, pulls that stuff out of the nervous system, the nerve fluid, the lymphatic, and the blood as it weaves its way through the entire digestive tract. Then it holds on to it like a sponge and will not be digested and travel out to feces. If you eat honey directly with the cheese in your mouth, you're supplying enzymes which allow it to digest, and mainly it will digest and free up all the calcium and all the minerals. So you want a mineral supplement that can be cellularly absorbed. Cheese and honey together, eaten together twice a day, is very helpful for that. 1.5 to 2 tablespoons of cheese with 2 teaspoons of honey twice a day. 1.5 to 2 tablespoons of cheese with 2 teaspoons of honey. Very small amount of honey compared to the cheese. And then you will absorb those minerals, and that'll be a good mineral supplement. Especially if you have bone problems, you got dental problems, teeth problems, it will help correct it very quickly.
Should we wait until you tell us to do that if you're doing our consultation? Or should we just go ahead and do it?
You go ahead and do that. Everybody should be doing that.
Thank you.
Everybody should do that.
What time of day?
I suggest doing it about an hour after your first meat meal, and then again after your second meat meal or sometime in the afternoon.
What kind of cheese? Are you talking about cottage cheese?
No, any kind of cheese, as long as it's unsalted and from raw milk.
Bob, my cottage cheese would do that.
Yeah.
Or the cheese you just had.
I've seen it turn, by doing that twice a day, I've seen it turn severe osteoporosis, 32% deterioration of bone. I've seen it turn around in 6 months. 6 months. And it's the only mineral supplement that will work. Because all of your other mineral supplements are rock.
You also want to do it 15 minutes before a meal and 15 minutes. You don't want to have food before or after it, right?
No, you're an hour after a meat meal.
But you don't want anything after it either.
No, you shouldn't have anything for maybe 45 minutes, half an hour after. Now, if you eat cheese with something with honey in it, the honey's already bound with that other food. It's not going to affect the cheese. Cheese is still going to act like a magnet and a sponge only. And you won't digest the cheese. nor the minerals, absorb the minerals in it. They're going to go out with the toxins. The honey has to be in the same mouth bite with the cheese. So tablespoon of cheese, teaspoon of honey, somewhere around there.
So what about a meat meal that you have, you mix up meat and you have your cheese and you have butter and honey and it's all in one bite. Is that not good then?
Well, some of that cheese will be digested, some of it won't. Most of the honey is going to help you digest the meat. But if you actually have the honey in your mouth with the cheese, it's going to be absorbed cheese. It's going to be digested cheese. But if your honey's with your meat, you're chewing the meat and the honey together, and then take the cheese afterwards, it's not going to work that way. A little chemistry here. We're playing with things.
Well, it's learning.
That's the finite process of making things work quickly, doing them. Okay, then what we need to talk about is salt. Everybody's addicted to salt.
Not anymore. Yeah, my daughter, not anymore.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, she doesn't.
That was a tough one.
Yeah.
Salt, what does salt do? Salt, like any mineral that is concentrated and gets into the body, causes other mineral imbalances. Mineral imbalances damage digestive juices and prevent proper digestion. So if you're taking mineral supplements, you're going to be going on a roller coaster all the time. Now, 99.9% of the mineral supplements out there are nothing but rock, and you'll never absorb them anyway. So they can act like clay, pull the toxins out of those systems like the cheese, but you never know what's going to happen. So it's better to use the cheese as your mineral supplement and clay if you like, but not mineral supplements where you've got concentrated calcium with magnesium, because that will create imbalances along with the few balances that it will correct. Just remember, plants eat rock, solid minerals. We do not. We eat minerals that are only bound biologically in a whole unit of food. So the body eats by cellularly attracting ions. Cell has 1 to 2 ions in it. Let's say we've got a potassium ion carrying a little sodium, a little H2O, some vitamin A, a little carotene, whole smorgasbord of nutrients. And that's what minerals do. They carry, and the cell opens, draws it in, has its smorgasbord. Never isolated nutrients, unless you're using salt. Then those molecules of sodium clump. So instead of having one sodium molecule in a relationship with a lot of other nutrients, locked in with that relationship, in that smorgasbord, they're separated and isolated. Maybe just H2O carries it, and that's all. So you've got salt and H2O. So what do you have? Massive solvent. What's seawater? And we're not sea creatures. So what does seawater do to us?
Rust.
It causes poisoning, intestinal poisoning. What happens if you eat seawater? You'll start vomiting and you'll die. Okay? That's what happens to these cells. They take in that sodium and they die, or the clump is so large that the cells can't get into the cell. The magnetism is so great on the outside that the 1 to 2 ions that are in it, that are its guts and its stomach, are ripped out and taken out with the sodium molecules. That cell shrivels like a grape to a raisin, never eats again, it's dead. So, salt is not a good thing.
That's like gargling with, when you had a sore throat in the past, gargling with the salt water just
dries out
everything.
Yep, dries it all out. And makes sure that the poisons remain in your throat and damage your throat, have more scarring, more sore throats for the future, more of a raspier voice as you get older. just compounds. So
Sea salt, Celtic salt.
doesn't make any difference. They're concentrated sodium molecules, and they're not bioactive. If you want, find some plants that like salt that can do good in heavy salt, and eat the fruit from those plants if you want to increase your sodium.
Barb can vouch for this. Her husband took the salt away from the cattle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we did.
Just
And
like
it's
that.
amazing.
Well,
They like the salt. They were drinking a lot more water.
Yeah.
And for 3 weeks, after your conference, I think it was, we didn't have salt. Well, then Mike found a bag of salt and thought he'd put it out, and I didn't want him to, but he went ahead. In those 3 days, a couple of our cows had heavy somatic cell count, as detoxing.
Mhm.
And I said, get that salt away. Took that salt away. 3 days, they were back to normal, and they seem to be very healthy.
They're
The
eating
salt
more.
will break down their cells, and it causes bacteria. Because the bacteria have to break down those excessive dead cells.
We feed them kelp, and they eat a little more kelp.
Kelp is what they can eat. Kelp is a vegetable that they can eat.
And they eat a little more kelp.
Yeah.
And when the cold weather came, he says they're starting to eat more.
For their hair.
Yeah.
Mineral.
So that's fine. That's kelp is a food, is a vegetable. And that's what they eat. They're herbivores. We can eat some, if also you want a good heavy metal detoxifying substance, you can eat chlorella with your vegetable juice. Put about 1/4 teaspoon in a vegetable juice first thing in the morning. Now, I found in my experiments with it, though, that it will cause massive amount of hyperactivity in some people, so you have to be very careful with the amount of chlorella that you use with your vegetable juice. I mean, if I put more than 1/4 teaspoon once a day, I will be wired.
People who have Addison's need salt, right?
People what?
Addison's.
A lot of people need high sodium, but you can get it from tomatoes.
The celery is so
Celery is very
Yeah.
high in
Very
sodium. Yeah.
Well, there's such a thing as celery salt.
No, that's different.
No, that's different.
Celery
Once it's
flavor.
in a dried form, it's a concentrated sodium. It doesn't have the balance.
So celery salt is actually salt with celery.
Yeah.
in it.
That's it. Yeah. Just isolated sodium with other minerals. But again, it's rock. It's for plants. Feed it to your plants if you want more sodium in your food.
A little bit.
Okay, question and answer time. You mean I've answered everything?
No, you haven't.
No.
Okay, Laura.
Okay.
I thought I was going to get out of your mouth.
Cavities.
Uh-huh.
I've noticed that I've gotten a couple cavities. I may have had them before or whatever because I was demineralized. Okay. Now that I have them, do I do anything about it? Like, go get them filled, or do I just let them heal themselves?
Well, that's it took me, now what's happening in my mouth, but it took all these years, is every filling that I have, my body pushes it out as it grows
Right.
in new tissue. But it took me all this year, until 2 years ago, that started happening.
Right.
So if I had let my teeth go those years prior to my body getting that healthy,
Right.
I would have lost all of my teeth, So it depends on, if you see that hole's getting deeper, you keep an eye on it.
Well, I can just feel it when I touch it with my, with my finger.
Well, you get one of those little, dental, you can get them from a drugstore. And if you feel soft, just watch it. And over a 6-month period, if it's getting softer, I would say have it cleaned because the heavy metals are coming out the tooth nerve and going out to the tubules
Okay.
of the tooth. So the toxicity is coming from the inside out.
Okay.
And it's not because the toxicity from the brain are coming out and the plaque is holding on to the tooth and is damaging your dentine. Your cavity then is coming from the inside out.
Okay.
Once you get a cavity filled, your body's no longer going to detoxify through that. So
find
like in
another
most
source.
people, it starts going out the other side of the tooth. So you have to decide how you're going to let it happen.
Well, it's not bad right now, but I could tell that it was there. You know, I probably-
Cheese and honey.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Cheese and honey. Wish I discovered that, realized it, 20 years ago, but I didn't.
I doubt if I go in to do it, but if you do go in, you just want them to use the porcelain.
It's always better to do porcelain inlay.
Okay. And then,
Because a lot of people are allergic to different plastics, the composites that they use. If you have a biological dentist that can see if you're not allergic to some of the plastics, you could do that. Because when they use the porcelain, they have to cut out a lot more of the tooth.
oh, okay.
A lot more of the tooth.
Speaking of teeth, so a 3-year-old, she doesn't brush her teeth at all. Maybe toothbrush, plain.
How many
nothing on
animals
it.
go around brushing their teeth?
I know. And she just drinks the raw milk, the honey, and cheese, and that's.
But we need to
good
brush
enough.
our teeth, though.
That's good enough for teeth,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So
You
she
need to brush your teeth.
She shouldn't be getting a cavity, is that right?
How many years did she live without good food?
Cooked
Two
food.
and a half.
Cooked food.
Well, no, she
Cooked food.
1.5.
Okay.
And she's 3.
That's half of her life.
So she could
It's
still get a
toxic.
cavity.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, really?
Brain toxicity comes out. Let's say she got some vaccine poisons from you into her body, and if she got any of her own, and those start leaving the brain and coming out through the gums, will damage the tooth.
Gotcha.
And another way you can prevent that kind of plaque from forming deep down in the pockets is to take a tablespoon of coconut cream, a tablespoon of lemon juice, a teaspoon of vinegar, or make it a tablespoon of vinegar for this, and then put it in a cloth, not a cheesecloth, not fine enough, but like a t-shirt, and strain it through to 3 ounces of Gerolsteiner water. Mix it up. And like a little 4-ounce jelly jar. And then you have a good, strong water pick. Not one of those little ones that's weak, because you're going to propel that juice with water through there. It's going to be thicker, and it'll clog your machine if it's not a stronger dental jet.
Oh, you're saying that mixture only with 4 ounces?
No.
Oh.
Not finished.
Oh, okay.
So when you take the tray, like in the larger water pick, you put you put another cup of Gerolsteiner in there, put that mixture in that, and just stir with your finger a little bit. Now Gerolsteiner, any kind of natural mineral water, carbonated water, is naturally a natural hydrogen peroxide. So it helps bleach and destroy. Helps dissolve compounds. So if you've got the coconut cream in there, you've got the lemon juice, you've got the vinegar there, it's going to dissolve plaque in the gums and around the tooth. So you do that once a day for 10 days, and then and that'll clean out all the plaques, so you don't have to have deep root cleanings, which damage your gums and damage the dentin with the scraping usually.
Once a
Usually
day for
cause
10
finite
days?
cracks. Pardon?
Once a day for 10 days?
Once a day for 10 days, and after that, about once every 10 days.
Oh.
What does mineral water do again? It acts as a what?
Hydrogen peroxide.
All right, because I rinse with that after I brush.
Uh-huh. Good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What do you suggest for people that are on medication for hypertension, thyroid, whatever, depression? They're currently on that, but they want to get off of it and use the primal diet. Do you want them to go off that totally, completely, all at once, or gradually, or what do you
Well, it's
suggest?
best to go off of all of it at once. They still have depression once they've got. Usually, most of your problems, psychological problems, your mental problems, are protein deficiencies. Now, if your protein deficiency is just because you can't digest cooked meat and assimilate it properly, your psychological problems will be resolved that easily just by going on the diet. However, if you're eating raw meat and you're still not improving enough on eating the raw meat, that means the E. coli is not digesting the finite molecules of amino acids to feed the brain and nervous system properly, nor making the B vitamins, synthesizing the B vitamins. So you need to either eat high meat or fecal matter, some way to get that working better. That's why the high meat works so well. Because the bacteria, it isn't that you're infusing bacteria into your body. You're infusing bacteria that has propagated itself to predigest the meat. It's to break down the meat, whether to be dissolved and go back into the earth or into your digestive tract. So if you make the high meat, and that means taking little bits of meat, and if you have any, cow fecal matter or something like, you just put a little bit around in it, and it'll start eating away at it. And you can do it either in the refrigerator or outside. If you do it outside the refrigerator, it works much faster, and it's a little bit more potent. But you have to air it every 2 days, whereas in the refrigerator every 3 to 4 days. And you get it really stinky and nasty, and then you eat it. And usually within 10 to 20 minutes after eating it, all of your psychological problems disappear and you become a giggling, happy idiots that quickly.
Something to look forward
I've got
to,
some
Carol.
people, I've got quite a few people. When I did that show on, anybody see it, when I was on Ripley's Believe It or Not? Eating high meat that was so rank it had worms.
That was you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
with the
right.
beard.
I-
Long hair, that was me. Yeah, that was me. Yeah. So I had 3 of my patients there who all had severe psychological problems and were taking up to 7 medications a day, psychotropic drugs. And they were on and off the diet for a year and a half and more. All kinds of problems still. And they just weren't digesting the foods properly, and they wouldn't eat the high meat. Finally, each time I got each one of them to high meat, changed their entire lives. I've got one guy who was depressed his whole life that became a landscape artist so he didn't have to deal with people. Came to me at about 54 years old, 45 years old, 46 years old, on and off the diet for almost 2 years, and then finally tried the high meat. Changed everything. And this guy was a huge bear of a guy. Still had the fat to bind with the poisons, so wasn't very contaminated, but just didn't digest his meats well enough to feed his nervous system and his brain. So that created all his problems. So when he ate the high meat, he got happy. He now eats 2 pounds of high meat a day. He won't ever eat any fresh meat. Now this guy is about a 5 in looks, for guys go. How guys go. A bear of a man. He's lost probably some weight, but he's still a bear of a man. And he's about a 5. And the last time I went and did a workshop, he brought 3 girlfriends. Can you imagine getting 3 girlfriends to come with you at a time? And they were all over 10s. Because he's such a funny, happy guy. He has such a great personality. He can have you in stitches in moments. Because he makes sure that his brain and nervous system are fed by eating only high meat.
So poor attitude being on this diet for 6 months now, I'm starting to get this very poor attitude. It's I'm not digesting
Your meat's well enough to feed your brain and nervous system.
Okay, so then that means you need to
Eat high meat.
Start following your cows around.
No, that doesn't work unless you get it as soon as it plops out of them.
Well, I'm milking.
Is that what you do? Is it flops out? and
No,
grab
you
it
get
up?
the bowel. When the animal's slaughtered, you get the bowel. Tie it off. And for some reason, even if it's refrigerated, I prefer you don't refrigerate it. Keep it in a glass jar outside and out of the light. You don't stink up your house.
I can't go that far, but starting up some high meat.
High meat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what you mean by high meat is the bowels, or the...
No.
I mean the...
Taking the meat and letting it
ferment?
ferment, yeah, on its own.
What's a good alternative? Let's say you can't get to your meat in the morning, you have to skip it. Is kefir a good alternative?
Eggs.
Eggs are a good alternative. Raw eggs. Not very filling.
But you down a lot of them with the kefir.
What it does.
Let's say you do half a dozen eggs with a half a cup of kefir and maybe 2 tablespoons of honey.
Okay.
Okay.
And mix that in the milk.
Just remember that milk is not high in in protein. It's high in milk sugars. So you have a high sugar level. It's going to make the brain, the neurological fluid sticky, along with the blood.
Really? Kefir too.
Kefir too.
So kefir, eggs, and honey.
High ratio of eggs to a small amount of. If you're having 6 eggs, that's about 12 ounces of eggs, and you're only having a half a cup of kefir. It's about 2 tablespoons of honey.
Okay.
Why do those eggs make your stomach sick for 10 or 15 minutes?
You or some people?
Me.
Often it's because your body's pulling some poisons out of the stomach lining.
Yeah.
And what you
that
need
shake
is-
with the eggs makes me sick. Without it doesn't. So
Without what?
with the eggs makes me sick. Without it doesn't. I mean, I get through it, but it's
A shake. He's talking a milkshake.
no shake.
Milkshake, you can eat,
Well, yeah, milk, eggs,
Or kefir.
honey.
but you've got the milk there to absorb the poison
Okay.
with
so,
the egg.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
the
just
egg
a
may
process.
draw some poisons out. Not on everybody, but on some people it will do that.
Back on her thyroid thing, Christy's thyroid, she's been battling it for years, and she's been on this thyroid. The last time she had it tested, it was fine. After all these years of
Yeah.
jacking around, going up and down.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Usually works that way easily, quickly.
I had a
Yes.
question. Back when we were talking about the green feces,
Uh-huh.
my little girl, she doesn't eat vegetables. She's just on the raw meat. But I noticed her bowel movements are green. She's not doing vegetable juice. I mean, she's too little. Is it not digesting in her stomach?
That's usually toxic bile.
So what should I be doing with her?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You give her little bits of cheese. How old is she?
She's 8.
Oh, she's not a little girl. She's a girl.
Oh, she's still
When
little.
you say little girl, I think
Yeah.
3, 4 years old?
8.
2? 8? That's not quite the same. Give her some cheese. Let her start absorbing some of those poisons. But there's not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem to be, but it's definitely green.
Yeah. It'd be better if you knew she had enough minerals, so the cheese would be helpful. Yes?
I have an American Bulldog, and I've had her on raw food, raw chicken in the morning and beef at night. And I think in the last 2 months, she's probably lost 12 pounds. She has had this problem before where she licks herself red and raw, and then there are scabs that appear.
It's all from puppy vaccines and rabies shots and stuff like that.
And
But you
she's
can't
had
feed an
heartworm
animal
treatments.
that way.
She
You
was
feed her
treated.
the red meat in the morning and the white meat in the evening. It's going to make her, over hormonally active at night. You have the red meat at night.
Okay, reverse it. Okay.
Reverse it. And also, all animals, dogs and cats, have to have almost as much bone as they have meat. They're going to demineralize. With all the vaccines and all the garbage they've been given and all the canned foods, the amount of heavy metals in their system is extraordinary. And it goes out through the skin.
How do I give
So
her?
they need bones.
Raw chicken bones. Just give her a raw chicken.
Yeah, lots
She
of raw
gets the chicken
bones.
bones.
Just remember, you're not going to have to worry about a chicken bone lodging anywhere unless the chicken bone is cooked. And what happens when you fire clay? Same thing happens when you fire bone. It becomes glass. So then the hydrochloric acid cannot dissolve it. And their salivary glands, their salivary juices are very high in hydrochloric acid. So if one gets lodged, it's dissolved in 3-4 minutes. If it's glass, from cooked bone, it stays. There's no removing it.
So
Unless veterinarian removes it or you remove it.
if you get a puppy, just give it raw meat and don't ever get it vaccinated, nothing.
Its parent is probably full of that toxin and passed it on.
I know.
Seen every one. Still have to get a lot of bones.
Just bones.
Just remember, dogs eat every part of their animal.
They do.
Fur and everything.
We do the chicken, I fillet the chicken, the meaty parts, and they get everything else. They devour everything else.
Yeah.
There's feathers in the yard, but they don't know.
Yeah, our 15-year-old dog just bolts down the chicken leg, thigh, whatever, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. I had a dog that was put on the diet at 6 weeks old when he was found wandering in the street by one of my patients. Had this dog for 12 years, and it was a big dog like an English Mastiff, but it was a cross between, some kind of a shepherd and a Mastiff. So this dog was 240 pounds. Entire life on nothing but raw meats and raw bones. One day I took a femur bone from a cow that was this large. Its femur bone was this large. This large. That's as big as the dog's mouth when he had it completely open. And I just handed it to him. He took it, and just like it was candy, just went right through it. Right through it. Sort of being on this diet from your infant. This dog was incredibly strong, and I thought, Jesus, hope he never bites me. And the dog, for some reason, started to get a lot more spirited after he was 12 years old, so they had to give him away to a farm instead of being in a city. Even though he had a big backyard, getting too big, started ripping the fences apart.
Should I do
And I told the owner, I said, you're going to have to give him those big knuckles of bone. That's why I talked that big. And see how he did it? He ate it like candy. It was gone. He had the whole thing devoured in 3 minutes. We're talking whole, what knuckles are like, those cartilage and those bones are like. He had it gone and completely down in 3 minutes. And he says, I can't get those kind of bones. I said, well, then you better put him on a farm where he can get it.
Should I do anything else for the dog? Just the raw meat?
You can give him butter and honey.
Okay.
Yes.
So, can you do it? Are you familiar with diatomaceous earth?
Diatomaceous earth is always fired.
Is always fired?
Fired.
Heated. Fired
Heated.
in the kiln.
Kiln dry it. Now, diatomaceous earth is a unicellular organism. It's a shell organism. So when it dies, it's very fine shell, like powder. It is a powder because the organisms are so small. So what you've got is a very, very fine powder, like you'd have silk powder. But when they make it into a food substance, they kiln dry it, very high temperatures, and as they use it as pesticides and herbicides, what they have is they have glass. Once they fire it, it's glass. So it cuts all the insects' guts apart, shaves and rips them to pieces, rips their eyes apart. It's a very ugly thing when you see it under a microscope, but it just cuts them to pieces. They inhale it. There's no way to stop it. So, not a good thing to use diatomaceous earth.
It's not a good thing then to use it to treat grains.
Absolutely. Absolutely not good.
But it does keep bugs out.
Oh, yes, it kills them. It kills them. Absolutely. So if you're going to use grains that are diatomaceous earth, you better rinse it off very, very well. But you better believe some of it's going to be lodged in the hull. Did you have a question?
Yes. Let's say you have something cooked, but what's the best thing to do after that? To go right back onto the program, or have raw eggs, or?
Well, there are several things that you could do. Having honey provide enzymes to help deal with that food, so the body doesn't have to leach everything. Also, eating cheese will help absorb a lot of the poisons, and then the egg will provide nutrients very quickly and rapidly to help to prevent any other kinds of contamination and to feed the system a little bit better.
Okay, so all three of those afterwards?
Uh-huh.
You can even do honey during.
Yeah, but then you'll digest more of that food, so I don't know if you want to digest it. I just want to offset it.
Yeah. And you said something about also that it's not good to have commercial enzymes. My husband eats cooked food, and he has a cooked food diet. Those enzymes
are fine for him.
For him.
Yeah.
But
if he goes on 60% raw, then they won't be good for him.
Okay, so when you do the raw, then they aren't good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. Brian has a question.
Yes.
Do you have any recommendations for shaving cream?
Yes, coconut cream.
And what about a good water pick that you were talking about earlier? Do you have any recommendations?
I just use the largest water pick that they have, where it's a tray holds about a quart, almost a quart.
What's the name of it?
It's called water pick.
Brian, that one he's talking about is in my bathroom, so just check it out. Water pick is the name, right?
Yeah, but they have a small water pick which has a small tray like this.
Yeah,
this tray's about this big.
About that big.
Yeah.
In your book, it talks about the toothpaste and it's the butter and the clay. Can you just use the clay without the butter?
Well, it might scrape the teeth a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, and cause heavy grooves in it. And you'll start losing more enamel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a jeweler. If he takes the clay and cleans the diamond or the stone, he's going to scratch it.
So
He's going to weaken it. So he puts the oil with the clay, and then he polishes the stone.
So should you?
It's called a jeweler's rouge. That's the same principle I use with the butter or the coconut cream. I found that the coconut cream is the best for shaving, the best for brushing your teeth.
Oh, so now, I mean, in your book you have butter and clay, but you use coconut cream.
Cream and clay now, or just coconut cream by itself.
Oh.
Even the more fermented is better.
Oh. I get that.
Bad stuff, yes.
What you said it's like bubble gum?
Mike says my toothpaste tastes like bubble gum.
That's what I use as a moisturizer, the fermented coconut cream.
That works too as a moisturizer.
The clay, though, you have the regular Terramin clay, but the silk, is the silk then better since it's not as abrasive?
Absolutely.
So.
For a mask, the heavier is.
Toothbrush is.
For your toothbrush, the silk
regular
is better.
clay.
Silk is better.
Silk is
Yes.
Can you say something about fermentation?
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up.
So.
Okay, Sally Fallon and a lot of other people are into fermented foods. Now you have to remember that fermentation in that particular food is bacteria that is from that food. And it helps the digestion of that food only. And a lot of people think that, it improves my digestion. People eating sauerkraut think they're going to digest their meat better. Everything else, they're not. That fermentation can create alcohols to clean their body a little bit. But that doesn't improve anything else.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just remember that fermentation is for detoxification. Fermentation causes lots of soaps and a detoxification. If you want to increase detoxification, go ahead. If you're fermenting your meats, you're just pre-digesting your meat. Not too much fermentation in the meat, because there's not a lot of carbohydrate in the meat to cause too much alcohol. Even in your milk, if your fat level's high enough, you're not going to pre-digest the sugars more than you do the fat or the protein. But fermented, the foods that we're supposed to eat fermented are great. Now, I would say once every week I will drink fermented vegetable juice to help get rid of all of those cooked vegetables my mother made me eat. Because when you cook something, you destroy all the natural fermentation in it. The higher the cooking, the longer the cooking, the more you destroy. And like I said, my mother overcooked everything. So I didn't have much of the natural bacteria in the foods to help break it down when the body's finished utilizing it. So to resupply these things, you eat them fermented, and to help get rid of those storage of those compounds that are still settled in your body. So, like I said, I eat a lot of cereal with a lot of pasteurized milk and a lot of sugar. So what did I do? I fermented milk, extremely fermented. It was high in alcohol with that root that was very related to cereals in its chemical structure. And then I extremely fermented the sugarcane juice to get rid of all that stuff. And you saw how it was coming out you heard how it came out my skin, all of that toxicity. But that's what fermentation does. Fermentation is mainly, first, pre-digest that food. It's a digestion of that food, but causes massive amount of alcohols. It's going to cause a detoxification in your body. That's good, but it's for a specific reason. And if you break out with hives, you better be ready to deal with it.
Okay. Sally Fallon says that their whole grains for the human body aren't utilized very well without fermentation.
We're not birds, that's right. So we shouldn't be eating them in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
But
you've heard that expression, for the birds?
Yeah.
That's what grains are. Grains are for the birds.
Mm-hmm. We shouldn't be eating them at all.
That's right.
So the grains then, they can make no contribution to our diet?
Like I said, if you need to bind with certain kinds of psychotropic hormonal byproducts, that can be good if you're not going to eat the nut formula. Have the nut formula, the starches in the nuts. The human body mainly digests starches from nuts. Too complex, don't have the enzymes to digest the protein and the fats very well from nuts. Softer nuts, a little bit more, like the pecan, the pine nut, and the walnut. But you have to be careful with the walnut, because it lowers all nuts, really. Their oil has a tendency to lower other fat levels in your body, lower cholesterol levels. And on this diet, you want the highest cholesterol level you can reach. You have 60 varieties of cholesterols that do those three things I talked about. Lubricate the body, give you the strength, and then protect the system. And there are about 60 varieties of cholesterol, and a third of them are to do one of those three things. So on this diet, the more cholesterol, the better, because usually half of that cholesterol that will be in your blood is cholesterol that is old toxic cholesterol stored in your body. Not new stuff. But the medical profession is so slow and so dim-witted, they don't think, let's see now, if I'm throwing off toxic cholesterol, then it has nothing to do with the cholesterol I just ate. They're so narrow-minded, they're so short-sighted, they don't take a look at the whole picture. That's why when people go on this diet, the cholesterol skyrockets. And it should. And you want it to. Yes?
When you were talking about taking the hot baths for the lymphatic congestion, do you have a way of, what's your suggestion on keeping the water that hot for an hour?
Well, every 15 to 20 minutes you have to let out about 2 inches.
And just
And add scalding hot water for 2 inches of scalding hot water, and that will keep it hot. And as I suggest in the book, I suggest that you use, a cup and a half of milk, if you don't have well water, cup and a half of milk, and about 3 tablespoons of vinegar, 2 tablespoons of sea salt, and a couple tablespoons of coconut cream. Keep your skin, from drying out too much.
So when
And
they
it works wonderfully.
excuse me,
Mhm.
when they test you for high cholesterol, then I mean, if you have high cholesterol and you're put on this
I say
diet,
thank you.
really?
Yes.
All right. So what gives you strokes again?
Cooked vegetable oils that have hardened in the system. It has nothing to do with cholesterol. And as I said in my recipe book, I list that book in there in the cholesterol section. Look under the in the index under cholesterol, and it names that book called The Cholesterol Myth. And this is a scientist that spent his whole life studying cholesterol. And he says that it's an entire myth. Your body has to have all the cholesterol that's in it. And the only bad fats are those trans fatty acids, which are basically plastic from hydrogenating vegetable fats. And peanut butter and stuff like that. Yes?
Body odor. I know several different people that have gone on the diet, their body odor has increased tremendously.
Uh-huh.
And I believe that the toxins coming out, is there a way to help it along so it's not as offensive to people? I know the lemon juice, for after your shower.
No.
Anything else?
They can put some peppermint or spearmint in their vegetable juice with a little bit of
But there's
maybe
nothing
5%
wrong with
pineapple puree. No, it's just
going to be a wild.
little offensive. But you have to take a look at, if you get around the Maasai, the Samburu, the Fulani, your black people, they have very strong body odors. All tribes people do because it is a repellent to insects. And if you're around it, you get used to it. But see, our hierarchy here says, oh, we need to smell like a flower. We don't need to smell like an animal. And you get into that consciousness, and, the more affluent a person got, the more money they got, the better they wanted to smell. And that's when all the soap and everything came into being. But in the 1800s, even 1900s, in France, the women used to put their little handkerchief down in different areas of their body and then drop it. And if a man liked the smell, that was the turn on, And if you look at all of the books by sexual scientists, people who study sexuality, they say that the biggest turn on the human body is the sense of smell, the person's body odor. So we're trained to think differently because the soap manufacturers want to make a fortune, and so do the cologne and perfume industries want to make a fortune. So you keep getting us farther and farther away from from our natural animal stench,
Okay,
which should be appealing if you're used to it.
So for showering purposes, is there, one
Coconut cream will get the most of the odors
Yeah,
off
but
quicker.
say that the odor doesn't bother you or whatever, how often should you shower?
I shower. Well, let me put it this way: I bathe. I don't like to shower, but I do shower sometimes in the winter time. I mean, in the summer. And when I'm in Asia traveling, I'll do a lot more showering. But when I'm at home, I bathe once every 5 days only. But I'm so far away from that I don't stink much anymore.
So I mean, it's not going to take away too many oils from you if you do it too often.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah. So it does.
But you can always do your underarms and your
Yeah.
crotch, where
Right.
most of the in your neck, where most of those odors come from.
Okay.
You can rinse those off with some, water with a little bit of coconut cream in it, and then put some lemon juice around those areas. Diluted lemon juice and water. Clean it.
Rectal itching. A lot of people have mentioned that to me. Is that not enough?
That's
oil?
acrid toxins leaving the fecal matter, and not having quite enough mucus to protect the acids from causing dryness.